recap of the last 30 minutes, since there was no sound, is our brave heroes woke up in the forest. They returned to town with Lilith and the giant wolf Argus. They filled their bellies full of delicious breakfast, and then they went about their daily activities. They went over to the tavern. No, yeah, they were already at the tavern. They went over to the guild hall, where they met a half-goblin woman and a very forlorn-looking human youth, both in dirty armor, staring longingly at the mission board. They were greeted not so cheerfully. Well, at least Carillion was. She's the one that went up and talked to him. The half-goblin woman crushed a steel mug in her hand while explaining her vendetta against all other goblins in the area. And the party really didn't want anything to do with that just yet, so they sort of stepped back. Orion then enlightened the party that boy was actually the son of one of the local farmers and a prominent member of the community, Jeff, who appeared in one of our earlier one-shots when we were doing the test streams. And they weren't able to save all the kids. That's one of the remaining kids, and now he hunts goblins with the half-goblin fighter paladin. I haven't decided which yet. And then they also got a mysterious gift from Lilith that is of unspecified nature.
Make her an oath of throwing it back, paladin.
Oh no.
With an arch in our backs, our asses shall clap.
And then most recently we've discovered, Osborne discovered that his compost pile has been removed and cleaned. He went on a search for insects and he fed his spider companion, Selic, who is a large bird-eating spider size now, which is a pretty vast amount of growth in a very short time, since he was just normal spider size a very short time ago.
We're not going to question that.
We also discussed the drunk talk that was overheard by Orion, where some halfling named the Bullfrog was impregnated by the Spider Queen and blew up, sending spiders all over an unfortunate tavern. And I believe that's where we're at. Now they're going to go inspect the farms to see what's been going on out there with the missing livestock and the burned down houses and stuff. I think that brings us...
Yeah, so did the scroll tell me which farm we're going to?
It highlighted several farms off to the west. You could probably go to that general vicinity and ask around.
East? I thought you said west.
Yeah, we start heading, I guess we'll just start heading west.
Yeah. Yeah, you could stop at the nearest farm. It's probably just like an hour and a half away, and you guys really don't meet anyone on the travel. When you guys go up?
Well, once we get out of view of the town and any other travelers on the road, I'm gonna peek and see what's inside the box.
You see there's about 75 gold, and then there's 3 silver medallions in there, each bearing a wolf head on it with a knife through its mouth.
Well, one for each of us, I suppose, and 25 gold apiece. No worry.
I don't want the silver or the gold.
He made it a silver medallion and special pants over here.
One of them is actually really light. It has a silver appearance, but it appears to be made out of a wood.
Perfect.
Well, Lilith thought of you.
I'll take it, bite it, make sure it's not silver.
It's not silver. You're not sure what gives it its luster, but it's not metal from the earth.
Okay, I'll put it in my pocket or something.
All right.
Do we have any? I'm gonna try Arcana check on it. I don't think I'm actually good at those, but I'm gonna try.
Let's see what my skills are.
Don't forget you guys have that magic ring, too, that you found in the barrel.
Oh, yeah, I
haven't
found
gotten
that, too.
Identified yet.
Yeah. Oh, I actually rolled a 16. That's with my -1 to Arcana.
The medallions themselves are not magical in nature. That much is obvious to you.
Okay, well then I'll just put it away and I'll slip the 25 gold, or 50 technically because of his, into me old fucking money sash.
While the magic juices are flowing through your mind, you also get a feeling that the ability of that ring is somehow luck-based, but you're not sure exactly what it does.
Oh man, yeah, you hit the nail on the head there for that one, Danish.
Oh, fantastic!
What, you've never watched Monster Musume? There's a
I'm
spider
sure
lady in there.
everybody's. Yeah, there's a spider lady in there. Much more scantily clad than our spider queen.
Yeah. Yeah. What were you saying?
I don't know.
I was fucking
That's what
dying at that.
derailed me.
Yeah, I was like, oh no.
Yeah, but that's what you guys got. You guys got those symbols that
Oh yeah, we were talking about the ring.
oh yeah, you can tell it has some sort of luck-based ability, but you can't yet tell exactly what it does.
This thing's got magic in it, I think.
What an astute observation.
Thank you. I used my own 2 eyes.
You guys don't really find anyone else on the road before you guys get to the first farm. It appears to be made out of farm. It's got a large field full of plants. You can see pretty big gouge marks in like the center of a burnt out field, and there's like a huge section of the main house that is burnt away, and a very angry looking farmer sort of like digging a big hole for the corpse of what was once a cow, you would assume.
Well,
I think that used to be a cow.
I don't think you use those parts anymore.
Your own 2 eyes did it again.
God damn, that's so good. Tell
Tell us what you see with your elf eyes.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll investigation to see if I can figure out what the hell happened to this cow.
I mean, we could probably ask the farmer.
I suppose so, but I rolled a 15.
Okay.
If I was to numerically put a value on my investigation.
Well, since that numerical value that you used to describe your skills of observation was adequate, it looks like some sort of large flying creature swooped down upon the cow and killed it and devoured it.
I'm gonna explain that to them. And I'm gonna go, it must have been a pretty big fucking bird. It could have been an ostrich. Look at the size of those talon marks.
It just jumps. It doesn't fly, but it could jump 300 feet in the air.
God damn. It's a blaziken.
Yeah, what do you guys make of this?
Well, I suppose we should probably walk up to the farmer and figure out where this thing went.
That's an excellent suggestion, Chill.
Yeah. I'll
Perhaps
walk
you
up-
should lead the way, since I'm
since
slightly
these-
inebriated.
Yeah. How many did you have before we left?
I don't count.
You
Only
want to talk to
amateurs
Selma?
count.
I mean, I saw 4,
Yeah,
but
we gotta go talk to the farmer.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna start walking up to the farmer. My arms open, like I'm gonna give him a hug.
don't.
I'm gonna just follow along behind him, prepared to tackle him to the ground if the farmer receives this illy.
He stops digging for a second and he sort of like plants his shovel in the ground and he just accepts the hug and he just like goes slightly limp and he's like, "Thanks, lad, I needed that."
Thought you did. You look pretty sad about your cow.
Yeah, well, I don't have too many of them, so this is a pretty grave loss to the family. I'm not sure how we're gonna eat this winter if these cows keep getting eaten.
So, what exactly did this?
I can't say, really. I did wake up in the night to a terrible racket, and I looked outside and I saw something with large flying through the air, and I could see its rough outline. Like, I could tell it had talons, and, you know, as you could see looking at the corpse, they're quite effective.
It was the Mothman.
The only thing I could think of is, I heard some old legends. There's, I an old fortress just up at the base of the mountains that has some sort of creatures that are said to guard the premises. Perhaps it was one of them.
In what direction was that?
That's the direction you're heading. There's basically, it's, if you follow all the farms that have burned and ransacked, I'm sure you'll get in the general vicinity.
Okay.
Question for you then. Have all the other farms been experiencing the same trouble or different things?
Some of them have. They have, described similar things, although mine's the only one that's been lit ablaze, apparently.
One last question.
Was it the creature that lit it ablaze?
I didn't see it. I just smelt I didn't notice the flames. I was in such a shock until after the thing flew off into the distance.
If we kill this creature, do we get a barrel of manure?
Would you like a barrel of manure? I could give that to you for free.
Please don't.
Yes.
It'd be better if you didn't.
Yes.
No.
I'll give you another hug for it.
I'd like to start like fanning the smell of him towards the farmer. Like, please no.
he takes like a big sniff. He's like,
Did somebody make popcorn?
no, I'm afraid I'm gonna need all that manure to plant my new crops.
I guess it looks like you're gonna have a bird problem.
You guys noticed that it's there's really no crops to be planted. This was harvest season, if anything, because winter's about to hit. You may or may not realize that, since I don't know if your people farmed.
I mean, I had to get food somehow.
Yeah, well, I mean, you guys were okay with hunting. You guys just used the whole body.
Yeah.
I mean, if we didn't eat vegetables and fruits, we'd get scurvy.
That's true.
You're a fruit.
Hey, look, I'm trying to make a bed here. I lost my bed.
We're not making you a bed out of poo.
You'll have to grow some moss. You could do like some small plant manipulation with that Song of Life I gave you. So
Well, that
perhaps
is-
if you could acquire some really nice moss, you could grow it into a bed in town.
Fine, I'll ask him. Since you got done growing your plants, you got maybe some seeds for a weed-like plant
Weed-like plant.
that you can put in a pipe and smoke?
No, this isn't that type of farm. But there are some tobacco farms that have been ransacked. Perhaps you could speak to them.
I think people want tobacco. It's trying to make cash coins.
People would be interested in those. Viking says, the farmer's a little stingy with his cow manure.
He got a strong feeling that it would be used poorly.
Alright, well, I say we head off then towards them their mountains, see if we can poke around. I'm gonna look, how are your senses of, sight and stuff with those there elf eyes? If there were a numerical value, do you think it would put you as the person that should lead the party?
And they pop out of her head and just ascend straight into the sky, and then do
Perfect.
like this thing. And like,
Telescope eyes? Or periscope?
I see something to the east. Actually, it would be west. You guys went west.
Yeah.
East is town.
West.
West.
That direction. If I were to put a numerical value on it, it might be out of like 1 out of 5 out of 2.
I'm not getting your numbers there. Alright, so be it. And I'm just gonna, I'm gonna just pull out my shield and just kind of lazily have my hammer over my back and just start trucking along towards the mountains.
Expecting trouble this far out, Kolgar?
Always. If you're prepared for the trouble, you won't be surprised when it gets there.
But I actually like surprises, so I just try to be as little prepared as possible.
I'm gonna note that that he likes surprises, and I'm gonna find stupid things to surprise him with, like random uncooked steaks in his bag from when I go hunting or something.
It's like, boy, this is just what I wanted.
Neat.
Make a note of that.
Tasty. Boy, Korgar, what you end up doing with that big fancy crossbow you took from that Chungus we fought?
The blacksmith, though, was really interested in it.
Oh, that's a shame. I wanted to try my hand at it, but I guess I could go
Did
talk
we-
to old Bjorn.
Did we drop?
Mm-mm.
Oh.
Now I
No,
think we're
yeah,
still
it's just a
going.
momentary lag. Oh, well, sorry about that. I didn't know you had any interest in it.
Oh, it'd be what it be.
I'm sure if you go talk to the man, he might be willing to sell it back to you. He looked more so just curious about it, and I'm sure if he wasn't strong enough to wield the thing, he might not have a reason to keep it.
The man is an old collector, but I don't think he'd mind me giving it a try. I
Right.
don't know if I'd be able to draw the thing back, but I could give it the old college try. College is something I didn't do, by the way. I come from a family of bards,
I was going to say
and they were
college is
quite
for dogs.
disappointed in me.
Well, I'm sorry to hear about your family disappointment in you, but
It's okay. One day a dragon burned down the whole school. They all died terribly. So I actually sort of dodged the bullet on that one, so to say.
So he disappointed your family.
what is a bullet?
Some sort of projectile that you
Dodge the bolt on that?
Yeah. Dodge the projectile.
Yeah.
Alright, well. Yeah, I'm just gonna take the lead. I'll roll survival or something. What do you want me to roll for that?
Just roll a general perception.
Okay, well, it was cocked, so let's see. 2. Plus technically 1, so 3.
You guys head to the west after conferring with your map a little bit because you were able to mark the locations of some of the farms that were attacked, at least at the time of the mission was put out. And you're in the general area. You actually come up to another farm, and this one is entirely abandoned. It looked like it was scorched to the ground, which is odd because, according to the farmer, no other farms have thus far been attacked by something. That's quite done.
Think this could have been more recent.
Is it still like, I assume the house is burned down?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Is it
Some
still
kind
hot, or
Yeah.
is the ashes still hot, or are they cold?
Oh, the coals are still just like giving off smoke. The whole place smells pretty freshly burned.
I'd like to look around to see if there's any, like, liquids or anything that is on the ground or, like, has made, like, a soiled spot in the ground.
Yeah.
Looking
Go
for a
ahead.
Propeller.
Huh?
A propeller.
Yeah, pretty much. I wasn't gonna say it, but I'm looking for, like, dragon gas liquids, like vapors, like pre-ignition. So, yeah. God damn it. 9.
You don't seem to find what you're looking for.
This sure seems to have burnt down somehow.
It doesn't look like a torch. You're able to observe that a torch wasn't started the fire.
It wasn't a torch. I do know that.
I'm sure this isn't.
I'd like
These
to
aren't the
find
only
some
two.
You go to the granary that has burnt down, and there's some seeds in there that have survived. There's also some seeds that are perfectly cooked and would probably be quite tasty when seasoned with salt.
I'll take both of them. I don't even know what type of seeds they are, but I'm taking them.
I don't know either. I don't know my seeds. I'm just going to
You
assume
could just
they're
make a
edible and
check.
taste good with salt.
They must be pumpkin seeds. Those ones are good with salt.
I could
Or
go for some
sunflowers.
pumpkin seeds, actually. That'd be tasty.
I'll need
It
to
is
check
getting to
them.
be that time of year.
Yeah, it is. It's spooky season.
Well. Alright, well. I guess if we're not going to find much else here, we might as well just continue on.
Well, we learned that torch probably wasn't it, so it probably wasn't a human.
I'm getting the feeling that it was probably a dragon or something similar. Possibly, maybe chimera. Who knows?
I don't know what either one of those things are. It sounds fun.
Well, a dragon's a big winged creature, and it flaps along and it goes, and it breathes
That's the sound
fire.
it makes. Is that
That's
it?
the sound it makes.
Have you seen a dragon, or are you just?
No, I've heard legends though.
They sounded like that apparently.
Well, that's how my grandfather told the tale.
No. Okay.
Your grandfather doesn't tell the same tale?
No.
Oh, I thought that was universal.
I would like to pull out my book of ABCs for druids and first scroll through to see if I can find a picture of a dragon.
D for dragon.
Yeah, you get to D, and there is certainly a dragon in there, but it's drawn very obscenely, and you're not sure how you feel about this. You don't know who made this ABCs for Druids book, but their art style is unsettling to say the least.
I'm going to show this to the shelf and be like, is this one of the sloop dragons?
Slut dragon.
The dragon does have tits, and it is quite scantily clad, which is disturbing to say the least.
I can tell you that this is not the type of dragon that
That's a
we're
bad
probably
dragon.
looking for. Not the type of dragon we're looking for, I'm certain. Does it look more like a dragonborn? Isn't that what the picture looks like?
Yeah, it's something like that. But, to the proportions of a regular dragon based off the background, which is the most poorly drawn part of it. It seems they didn't put that much effort into the background. Most of the effort went into the dragon.
He's learning to read, at least, I guess.
Yeah, it's improvement, so let's just stick with the positive side of this.
I didn't look in the book before I grabbed it. I just grabbed it.
Yeah, upon some further observation of the map, you can see that there are some, points labeled with some old structures drawn there, but you're not sure which might be which. One of them is the closest one, which is probably the most likely if you would like to check that one out first.
Yeah, we'll go to the closest one.
I'm over here drawing a really, really bad dragon with tits.
Hello and welcome to Art Time with Dales and Scales. We draw poorly.
Yeah, some of us. You're welcome.
It's a shame no one can appreciate that besides us.
Good.
It's
was
probably
pretty
for
bad.
the best, yeah. Anyways, yeah, you guys roll me a flat 20.
7.
Hey,
It's
I also rolled a 7.
so did I.
Poorly, yeah.
it's daylight when you arrive
Did we really
at
all
the,
look
the
like
castle, but it's getting closer to sunset. You guys see it sort of up on the rise as the land around you begins to slope up into the mountains. The forest becomes just a bit thicker. It looks like a large. It's like a large keep with 4 towers around it. It looks like it was primarily for use as a fortress, not particularly as an extravagant abode. And as you guys look at it, you see exactly what you expected to see fly out of the top of the castle and then just sort of glide off into the countryside. It wasn't that big. It was like a red dragon wormling, but it was a little bit bigger than that.
Does it take off with a scraw?
It doesn't make a scraw, but there is one very, very large crow nearby that gives a scraw when it sees it and flaps off.
Boy, that was a big fucking crow.
You're surprised you didn't see it before because it was in the grass. And yes, it is quite a big crow. It probably could eat a small child if it wanted to.
That might be a problem for a later time, but I say we make our way. Do we want to camp out here where we're exposed, or do we want to make our way inside the castle?
We can check inside.
We could, because I don't know if that thing would be able to get to. If we were in the bottom floor, I don't think we'd have too much of an issue.
As long as there's nothing else in there.
We can send a scout.
I have a young red dragon mini if you want it, by the way.
Yeah, we can go grab it during the break, which
Yeah.
is just a few minutes.
I'll talk to Selleck and tell him to go check the bottom floor of the fortress and see if we can stay there for the night.
Okay, yeah, you guys could do that. So, is that the plan you guys want to go with?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
If
Go
your
ahead and-
package safe.
Rest up.
He runs off while you guys are sort of resting, and he moves quite swiftly along the ground. And he's gone for probably about 40 minutes. Now the sun is just barely over the horizon. And he comes back and he says, It's made out of castle.
All right.
I
We're
didn't
going
see
to camp
anything.
there.
Okay. I'm gonna, I guess, just follow along, and
Yeah.
as we approach, like going into the castle, I'm just gonna kind of roll perception in the like main landing / room that we, find ourselves in, like the Great Hall or whatever.
When you guys come up to the castle, you notice something that's a little bit odd. The front door is barred.
Mm.
Did your
What's this door made out of?
It's made out of it looks like it's wood that's reinforced with a steel portcullis.
Hmm.
So, like, how'd you get in? I'm going to ask him that.
It's like the window.
Where's the window? I was just gonna beat the door down with a hammer.
There's some small guard windows nearby that look like they'd be large enough to admit Selleck, but not large enough to admit you.
God damn it. I'm gonna give the door a knock. Boy, anybody in there?
You listen really closely, but you don't hear anything respond.
Alright, well. Yeah, I'm gonna start beating the fucking door since it's made of wood.
Yeah, go ahead and you swing at it for a good long time, and you break out a bunch of the spots that are made out of wood, but it's reinforced with enough metal that it doesn't quite come apart. You do eventually
Is it
sort
the
of
kind that goes up and down, the metal?
it's got that over it reinforcing it, so it's not just a wooden door. It's got crisscrossing metal bars supporting it.
Boy, strongbow and strong guy. Wanna help me try to lift this?
You guys, you look over to say this to Strongbow, and you see him already sort of climbing the wall, and he's like, "While you're busy, I sort of just tossed a grappling hook up onto the next level, and
Well, ooh la
here
la.
we are."
I don't have no grappling hooks.
That's a shame. If only they sold them here at our
I'm gonna look
local
at
store.
Well, now I know that they do.
I'm just going to look up at him and wild shape into a giant wolf spider and just climb up the wall.
His eyes wide and he sees it and he's like, "Oh!" the story of Bullfrog getting impregnated by the spiders fresh in his mind. So spiders aren't really his jazz right now.
Yeah, I stomped a wolf spider as a child, and it had babies on its back, and they went all over me.
Yeah, that sounds
To this
horrifying.
day, I do not care for, not afraid of them, but I do not care for wolf spiders because of that.
Understand. And then there's also the fact that your flesh rots when they bite you. Is that the correct spider?
No,
That's a
that's
brown
not it.
recluse.
That's the brown recluse.
It stings like wolf spider bites sting a little, but they don't cause any other major issues.
It's
The
about
worst you can have is a can get infected, but that's any bite can. So
Yeah, I suppose that's correct.
That
Well,
was
it
painful.
looks like it's about break time. Thanks everybody for tuning in, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Ales and Scales. A brief recap of the last hour. Our brave heroes set out to the west to find a castle. They came across a farm that had been assaulted by some sort of creature. Its cow was murdered. Its only cow was murdered, and a part of the house was burned down. They went to another farm that was burned down entirely. Not a single structure left standing. Furthermore, they shortly found a castle just at the base of the mountains, which was, strangely enough, barred to their entrance. They also saw a fire dragon youth fly out of the top of it and take off to the east.
Barred for our pleasure.
And here we are. You guys have just climbed to the top of the wall, and you're now standing on the ramparts. You look around, and you notice there's a series of statues of some sort of creature lining the walls of all various shapes and sizes. They're large, like winged creatures in various different poses. What you see in addition to that is there's a bunch of like siege ballista all over this place. Like it was designed to be proof against an attack from the air. Most of them that you see are in disrepair, from what you could tell. This place doesn't appear to have been used anytime recently.
This seems rather concerning. I'm gonna roll a history check on the statues. Or, well, I already rolled, but... you want insight, or, investigation, or history?
History.
16.
You recall that this sort of statue is referred to as a gargoyle, and there's legends that these creatures are stone by day and flesh by night.
Alright, boys. We're not sleeping in here.
Why?
Those are gargoyles.
Right, need to do a little more explaining.
I remember a story about them, What up, Game Chief? I remember a story about some creatures that are stoned by day but turn flesh and blood at night. Particularly vicious.
Where are these? On like the edge of the castle?
They are. They're like standing on the edges of the how do you describe the wall of a castle?
Like the crenellation, or?
Yeah, the crenellation. They're like along those.
Okay, I want to go up to one and just push it.
Go ahead, give me a strength check.
A nat 20 plus 2, so 22.
You push it as hard as you can, but it doesn't come free from the solid stone that it's perched upon.
Yeah, well, I thought maybe if we just push these off and crush them, then we'd be safe.
Coming for you, by the way.
Was it worth a shot?
Hey, Brother Maxwell. Welcome to the party.
What were you saying?
Just trying to push them
It's been
off
a
and
while.
smash them on the ground.
I don't know how effective that would honestly be.
Well, think about it. Kind of hard for them. I mean, if they become flesh and blood,
They just become like desiccated corpses at sundown. Looking like for any windows or anything, how much time do we have till sundown?
As you look off towards the west, the last rays of the setting sun disappear.
I'm like booking it out that fucking room and back to the fucking crenellation that we crawled over, and I'm taking the fucking grappling hook down.
Yeah, you do so. You sprint, jump over, and slide down. Give me an acrobatics.
Later, gaze.
Yeah, seeing him, since he knows what a gargoyle is, I'm running after.
Alright, I'll use...
You said acrobatics?
Yeah.
11.
You make it down fine. Your hands sting a little bit from sliding down the rope.
Oh.
But your equipment protects you for the most part. Luckily, you didn't fall.
Yeah, I'm gonna be even more awesome and just wild shape into a wolf spider and just jump.
Weren't you still a wolf spider?
Yeah, didn't you stay?
Yeah, you were still.
No, when I got up there, I would have really shake back.
Okay, yeah. So you're a wolf spider. Do you just like
I'm just jumping off and then shooting web back to kind of like, do like a bungee cord, shoot back on the wall so that way I can, kind of get down and then just cut it.
Okay, yeah, you do that.
I'm staying a wolf spider this time in case we need to come back
I rolled
up.
a 13 for acrobatics.
All right, describe it to me. What do you do?
Being the elf I am, nimble. So just kind of hop over, and then as I grab the rope, I just kind of slide. Well, I kind of slide down. Yeah, simple.
Excellent. Slide down the rope.
Mm-hmm.
Just as soon as your feet hit the ground, something large slams into the earth just before you guys and spreads its wings out wide. A large grayish creature with stone-like skin looms over you.
Any chance?
Its eyes are glowing with a white aura.
Ain't you from that 90s cartoon?
What brings you to this castle?
We heard there's something coming from this direction, killing a bunch of our friends and things at the farms. And the farms are kind of vital to us, so, they're a little important in our eyes.
We're trying to find shelter on our way to the mountain.
He takes some moments to mull this over. Not sure how I feel about having... Well, none of you are humans.
Yeah. We're, superior in certain ways.
I guess you could take shelter here.
Oh, okay. I thought you guys were gonna murder us or something.
The thought did cross my mind.
I'd prefer that it didn't.
We actually try to avoid senseless violence,
That's,
given our
That's a good
obvious
policy.
weaknesses.
I suppose that, makes enough sense. Well, I guess I'll just, be going up this rope again now.
You get about halfway up, and someone opens the main door from the inside so everybody else could just walk into the main hall.
Gonna walk in like a normal person.
I'll spider climb back up the wall.
There's a few other gargoyles up there, and they sort of look at you strangely, but they don't immediately move to attack you. But they look like they're absolutely ready to. It's actually pretty well furnished in here, even though it hasn't been, occupied for a long time. Because, I guess the gargoyles do live here during the night.
I suppose they like to be.
Yeah, you could see, the carpets are worn from, claws going back and forth over it. But it doesn't look like anything besides the gargoyles who've been here in quite a while from first glance.
Is it like
What's the story on this place? Looking at the gargoyle that had greeted us.
Well, this place used to be inhabited by mortals. They were our partners for a time, but they betrayed us, and we had no choice but to rid ourselves of them. They killed a good portion of my clan during the day when we were helpless. The only reason our group survived is because we were out pursuing some raiders during the time. That's this loft that you see here among the walls. The rest of my clan are unfortunately lost. A human hasn't inhabited this place for a good number of years.
well, it's a good thing you can keep that streak going then.
Certainly is. Humans are not to be trusted. Not from our experience.
In our game question, is Orion a human or what is he?
Orion is a human, but he's sort of like he took some random shit from the ground and made some really crappy pointy ears and put his hood up. So he's just sort of hiding mostly behind Osborne and trying not to be noticed. He hasn't spoken since you guys have entered either. He's been entirely quiet.
Yeah.
Well, we do appreciate the hospitality. One more question, though. What's up with all the siege ballistas? That just from the fightings between the two clans?
Well, there was lots of winged carnivores in this region of the world besides us, and they needed ways to defend themselves during the day. So that's what those were for. Also quite good against people, as you might imagine.
I mean, I would imagine so, but that brings me to the next question about the large red dragon that we saw leave this keep.
What?
Yeah, we came here, large red winged beast.
There's no dragon here.
There definitely was. It made a scream! A squall!
I've lived here for hundreds of years, and I can assure you that this castle is not home to a dragon of any kind.
Then what was that?
Did it leave just before dark?
Yes.
It sure did.
Well, then it hasn't been here at night for at least 100 years.
Interesting. And questionable. Not on your end. More just... I wonder if it knows what you guys are, and that you're here, and uses it to pretty much just keep itself defensible until just before the night, and then heads out then.
Possibly. Dragons are quite clever creatures. It could have knowledge of what we are. Any scholar could tell you at least some aspect of what we are, our history. What little of it humans know would be more than enough. So, what sort of creature are you?
I'll answer in whatever spiders say. It's a druid.
He's like, and he's like, Is this giant spider a pet of yours?
Not quite. He's, actually a druid, I'm sure you're familiar with the type. He's, one of them fellas that lives in the forest for, like, his whole life. He's been a little sheltered, homeschooled, I think.
Yeah,
Is that why he can't speak?
Well, he's currently...
He can speak, he's just, being ridiculous right now.
Yeah. He's not very sociable.
As you can imagine, neither are we.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can understand that at the very least. Who's your companion? He hasn't spoken a word since he came in here.
They call him Valarian. He's
with me.
He's an elf, like her. He's well, he was a weird breed, accidental baby.
I know not of this, but as long as he's not human, he's welcome here.
Understandable. He's definitely not human, so we've got that much going for him.
You must have come from a human town recently. I've caught the scent of one,
Yeah,
but
we had to stay with humans, but it
unfortunately,
is what it is. Yeah, I agree.
be cautious around them.
I am.
They're quite treacherous.
Yeah, yeah, humans and stuff, they suck. Yeah.
Well, they go ahead and they go about their business while you guys are ushered into like a nice little sitting room with some comfortable couches. And one of the smaller one brings you out a plate of some dried meats to pass the time.
Wow, outstanding service.
And then the big one walks up to you guys and it's like, my clan and I must go out to hunt. We trust that we won't have a burned down castle once we return.
You shan't have a burned down castle when you return. Hopefully. I did say that there was a dragon problem thing, though, so... if it does burn down, that's why. It's not from us.
Very well.
We won't burn down anything.
Yeah, we won't be doing any
We
burning.
won't burn anything.
We cannot make any promises on said dragon's behalf.
I'll take that. And he goes off with the clan to hunt. What are you guys doing? You guys are now in the large castle by yourselves.
So all All of them are gone now? Or
All the gargoyles that were in the room with you have departed.
I'll turn back into a druid.
You don't know. You don't want to know what I'm doing over here.
probably
The
not?
more unseemly drawings.
I'm expanding the drawing
Oh, jeez.
from non-stick figure version. But yeah, I guess I'm gonna eat those delicious cured meats that they had laying around, and I'm gonna just kind of explore the castle. I want to go up towards where that dragon launched from earlier today, but I'm also being pretty thorough to just kind of check the place out in general.
Okay, you find a lot of exactly what you would expect. You find some old wardrobes with some moth-eaten clothes that are partially rotted. You find a nice silver hand mirror that's worth probably like 25 gold. It's very, very finely made. It looks like it has some jewels in it. You find some other stuff which I'll roll for later, but nothing too out of the unusual. You come to like a big ballroom, and this is the lot of you. It's got a chandelier that looks like it's just barely hanging on, and it's got a few suits of armor that are like decorating the walls, and there's like some older shields of a more unique design that you haven't seen before. They have crests on them that you're not familiar with, and there's like an old great table in the center of the room. And roll me perception.
15.
14.
7.
Those of you that rolled over a 10, you notice that there's some claw marks on the ground here. It looks like this room isn't frequented by the gargoyles. I almost said goblins.
Maybe they don't like it in here for some reason.
Maybe. Could have some kind of personal reasons about them that they won't come in here. As in keeping with the whole, problems from the past, I suppose.
Suppose that could be it.
I'd like to inspect some of the weird shields that you talked about.
Yeah. You go over and you look at them, and there's some sort of round shield with just like a standard boss in the center of it, but it's got various symbols on it. It looks like a little bit older clan. It has a big wolf head on it, but it's not the same as the one that you guys have. It's different. The eye is painted red, and the jaws are covered in blood.
Wonder if they're related somehow.
Could be two halves of the same whole.
We could ask.
I'm gonna take one of the shields, but I'm not gonna take it with like the intent of stealing it. I'll ask the gargoyles in the morning or like before dawn if we can take it back to have it checked out by Lilith.
As soon as you pick it up off the wall, you hear the rattling of metal scraping on metal, and the suits of armor advance upon you.
God damn it.
Roll for initiative.
I know
Sons of bitches.
I know why they don't step foot in this room.
Alright, well, your boy, actually, I can give myself advantage on that. Okay, well. I rolled 3 twice.
We got the 19.
Hey, look, actually, on the initial roll.
Yeah, too bad you're using 2 of your well
What you get,
shit.
brother?
21. Yeah, no, I'm getting like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
All right. Looks like it's going to be Osborne, then Perillian, then somehow Korgar, then the armor,
Wow.
which apparently is sluggish.
To be fair,
Honestly.
until now, I've just been rolling really good on initiative. I have no decks. I'm literally 0 in decks.
That's the lowest I've rolled on initiative for probably anything close to 2. But anyways,
Yeah.
proceed.
It's my turn first, right?
Jeez.
Yes, what are you doing?
I'm gonna pull out my Morning Star, my wooden Morning Star that I have.
I was gonna say, wait.
Yeah, it's all wooden. Make sure of that. And then I'm gonna cast Shalala or something.
Yeah, that's a sick druid spell, bro.
So now it's a magical weapon, and instead of using my strength, I get to use my spell attack.
Okay.
And I'm gonna walk up and smack the armor with it.
All right, go ahead and roll for hit.
That is a nat 20.
Damn.
That's gonna hit.
Double damage dice.
Yep.
That will be 15 magic bludgeoning damage.
You take a mighty swing with your magic mace, and it puts a huge, like, human skull-sized indent in the breastplate of this armor, and it clatters back against the wall. But then it sort of just, like, shambles forward again and comes at you. Carillion, you see this thing lunging for him. The other ones are on separate corners of the room.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna try to hit where he like dented the armor, and I rolled a 16.
That is going to miss. Your arrow goes, and it's on point, but it just sort of like gets knocked aside from the armor. It's really well made, and it clatters against the wall and falls to the ground.
Interesting.
Are you doing anything else?
No.
All right, Korgar, you witnessed Carillion shoot the arrow and it bouncing off the wall.
I said the armor, not the wall.
It bounced. Didn't I say it bounced off the armor and clattered against the wall?
Things.
You said it bounced off the wall, but bounced off the armor. Hit the wall.
I'm
You
gonna
did one of those two.
walk up and I'm gonna give it the old smackaroo with the hammer, and it's like a 22 or higher. I'm not being math right now.
That's gonna hit.
Yeah, it was a 22. Okay. Yeah. Let me just go ahead and yeet. 5 damage on the main hit, and then bonus action, I'm gonna spiritual weapon and roll the hit with that. Which that'll be a 16.
Your magic weapon swings at it, and it just sort of like puts its own weapon in the way and stops it dead in its tracks.
You're supposed to be magic. I yell at the weapon.
The weapon's now sad.
Fuck, I didn't mean that.
With that, the other armors just lunge at you guys. 2 of them leap over the table in what looks like acrobatics that someone wearing heavy plate wouldn't normally be able to do. And the 2 that are nearest you attack first. The first one's going to take 2 mighty swings at Osborne. $18 and $20.
Yeah, they both hit.
You're going to take 20 damage. One of the other ones takes a huge great axe and swings at you, Carillion.
What?
22 and 16.
2 hits.
It brings it around, and it nails you with the flat end right upside the head for 10 damage, sort of dazing you temporarily. It's not a status effect, you just feel your head swimming. And then the remaining 2 are going to attack Korgar with their great swords.
Boy.
$22 and $23.
Yeah, they're gonna both hit.
Yeah, the dice roll 2 for initiative. Now they're like, let's hit every single time. Let's see. So you're going to take 20 damage.
Ow.
Jeez.
The other one is going to sort of like swing at you, but having just been hit by the previous one and seeing it coming, you move quickly out of the way. But you guys are in a rough spot. Now you're basically entirely surrounded by them. The 2 from the far side have come up on you, and the other 2 have closed the distance. So you could run in between them, but there's not much space. And we're back up to the top of the round with Osborne.
All right.
We're going to turn into a giant toad.
I wish. That's the thing. I ran out of wild shape. So I'm going to cast Big Smack with my weapon. I do got a plan, though. And you guys aren't going to like it. Yeah, I'm going to miss. And I'm going to bonus action Hidden Step and just turn invisible and use my movement to walk, like, go away.
You do. You just sort of like squeeze right between them. And we're back to Carillion. Carillion, you just saw Osborne disappear, and you heard... That was footsteps, in case it didn't pick up on the mic, as he runs across to safety.
So you said they're surrounding us?
Yes.
Can I use a bonus action disengage since I have cunning action?
Yes, you can. Or you can attempt an acrobatics check to backflip over one of them for free. If it's high enough, I'll give it to you.
That sounds like a deal. I got a +7 to acrobatics. I'll chance it. I'll use D&D Beyond though. Come on, don't fuck me over here. 22.
All right, yeah. You do a sick backflip, springing off of the helmets of one of them and landing about 10 feet behind him. So the only one stuck is Korgar, completely surrounded by these things. And you may still take your normal action.
Much like this.
Well, as my normal action, I'll do... Since I probably can't really do anything with my longbow, I'll just cast Firebolt. See if I can even hit him. Probably not. That is a 13.
So you shoot the firebolt at the one that's already been damaged, and it goes right into the weak spot in his armor, and because it hits that weak spot, it actually does do something. Roll for your damage.
7.
So the fire goes in there, and it sort of like ignites and like briefly poofs out of like the eyes and stuff in the helmet, and that armor clatters to the ground lifeless.
Huh. If you got fire, try that. I'm gonna yell that to Korgar.
I think I will. Or I'll at least try.
All right, and we're back to Korgar.
I don't have fire. I'm going to Twilight Sanctuary. So everybody starts getting that 8 HP. And then... I'm going to try to jump over one of the armors.
You can do athletics or acrobatics, whatever your choice is. If it's high enough, I will allow it.
Yeah, I'll... Actually... Because what's the spacing? If I was to try to just go through one of them, am I going to still take an attack of opportunity from just the one?
Well, remember, one is
One
already
of them
collapsed.
fell down,
Okay.
but it was the one nearest the wall. So there's one here, and one to your rear, basically. So whichever way you go, unless you succeed on that check, in which case I'll give it to you.
Well, so here's what I'm going to do instead, is since that one is by the wall and down, then there's one other one next to him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try to step over, and I'm going to use my shield bash action to attempt to knock over the other one so I can try to save myself from an attack of opportunity.
Okay. What you roll?
Let's see. I don't like this dice tray. The amount of times that it... Well, now it's a nat 20. The amount of times that it fucking, decides to land like this.
Askew, yeah.
Yeah.
It's fortunate that you rolled a nat 20, because it rolled a 19, so... Yeah.
Okay, well...
So what you do is you run up and you sort of jump off the wall, parkour style, and slam your shield directly into what would be the face of this armor, and it stumbles and falls back prone.
Parkour.
And you may take the rest of your action.
Are they like...
That was it. I popped... Both of those were bonus actions.
Oh,
For me
okay.
to shield bash him, and then...
I forgot about the Twilight Sanctuary.
And I'm using my full speed to get away and, behind him for the time being.
Well, we can't see him.
Oh.
He's still
Yeah, son of a
invisible for the
bitch.
moment.
Yeah.
All right. The one with the great axe is going to turn his head around, but his body's going to stay where it is. and he's just gonna lock eyes on Carillion, and he's gonna go over towards you and take a mighty swing. Well, a pair of mighty swings. 19 or 22.
Yep.
Both of them?
Mm-hmm. I got 17.
Shit. Well, you're gonna take 20 damage.
Ooh.
Are you down?
No.
That's what I'm gonna do as well. It's like if I take another hit, even just one, I'm down. I'm gone.
All right, and one of them is going to run over and attack Kjorgar. And he's going to miss both times. The first one, he takes his greatsword and he swings it low. You jump right over the sword. And the next one, he brings in a large overhead swing, which you just sort of barely step to the side. And he gives you a rather close trim to your beard as that swings down and embeds itself into the ground before he pulls it free. The one that's on the ground just sort of wobbles from side to side and makes an attempt to get up, which he fails spectacularly.
Is he like a turtle?
Yes, basically. He's having a rough time getting back up. And we're back up to the top of the round with Osborne.
I'm just gonna use start my movement to get out of the room.
Of course.
And just run.
How is that locked?
I don't know.
Somebody must have just accidentally bumped the lock.
Yeah.
All right. You make it out of the room safely. You're back where you guys were in the hall before you guys entered the room. And
I'm gonna close that room and be like, alright, we're not doing that again. But I got the shield.
Oh, are you trying to leap too?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I want to use my bonus action, disengage, and get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, you guys all get away from that armor, and you guys could hear it for a few moments pounding against the door, and then it just sort of, you hear some clattering, and then nothing but silence follows.
Okay, who activated the armor? It's Corbin.
That'd be me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, I'm invisible. I want to smack him in the back of the head.
All right. You
I'm
can
gonna
roll for
swing
10.
around backwards wildly, having been pretty fucking hurt.
I'm not doing like enough damage. I'm just like, just like a little smack in the back of the head. Like,
I'm just gonna collapse on one of the.
maybe
I assume there's couches.
Oh yeah, there's this is a pretty.
I'm just
crappy
saying.
castle.
Yeah,
I
I'm just gonna
also-
lay down on something.
I'm not the only person who almost did something stupid. Mine turned out to be truly stupid, but you almost knocked over the gargoyles earlier, and they would have probably not been very happy.
No, they would not have been pleased at all.
That's true, but somebody also made it sound like we were about to die to gargoyles.
Well, I mean, to my knowledge, we were about to die to gargoyles. It was a pleasant surprise that we didn't, but
Exactly.
So
So
luckily he didn't see.
luckily these were the 90s cartoon kind that are anti-heroes.
luckily
You
they
can
didn't
roll
feel right.
perception for me.
19.
6.
Carillion looks around with her elf eyes and she realizes there's only 3 of you here.
Oh shit. Where's Orion?
Well, hopefully he's not dead. I'm gonna go back, peek in the room, and see if he's still stuck in there.
So you look into the room with the armor, and he's not in there at all. And it appears as if he wasn't following behind you guys when you guys went this way.
Well, that's questionable. I don't know where he went then.
Did he come into the castle with us?
He did. He
Oh.
was in the sitting room with you guys, just sort of hiding his face from the gargoyles.
I feel like he's drunk and eating.
I think that's actually probably a pretty fair assessment. We should just
Probably.
go ahead and look around for this man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start meandering about the castle looking for him with only a 8 in perception.
I'm just gonna lay on this couch still because I'm hurt. Like, I'll let you know if he's here.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty hurt too, but we need to find this guy.
So which way do you guys just make your way back to the sitting room? And
Yeah, let's
then
go
work
there
your
first,
way out
yeah.
from there?
Yeah.
All right, you guys get back there unaccosted, and you see him. He's actually just sitting on one of the sitting couches, eating some of that meat that they brought out, but with his face covered so that you can't see any of his human features. So you just see his hand with meat going up into the hood. And let me see this atrocity.
Oh god.
That's horrible. I would show this to the audience, but I'm certain you don't want to see it. Mother of God, that is bad. The drawing's not bad. The content's bad. Yeah, but that's where Orion is. He's just sort of chilling there, eating some dried meats.
Enjoying those there meats as I look at him with a bloodied body.
He sort of like looks up, and he's got like a bunch of the ham in his mouth, and he's like, "What happened?"
Well,
We almost died by armor because he decided to grab a fucking shield.
hey, listen here, dumb fuck. It might have some kind of important significance with the rest of, this wolf stuff.
We could have just described it to Lilith.
I'd rather just bring it to her.
Did you do with the armor?
2 of them?
So there's still more up there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we gonna go kill it then?
No.
No, we're just gonna leave that for a different time. There's obviously a reason they weren't going in that room, and it didn't appear to have anything else important in it.
Well, I'm willing to bet the reason was probably the armor that did that to you.
One would assume.
It must have been quite mighty if it
Look at
chased
her.
off
She
those
smells the
beasts.
chicken.
Chicken.
Yeah.
Chelsea, return to your normal height.
Well, do we want to try to go up to the top of that, or like to one of the top of the towers to see if we can find where that dragon came from
I want to go to sleep.
before resting?
Even when we changed it, I want to go to sleep.
Well, here's the thing. We could lay out, a trap for said dragon.
What kind of trap do we
How
have
fast
for
can
the
your
dragon?
spider spin webs?
Not very fast because I can't turn into a spider. I'm too tired.
No, I meant your Tom.
Zelik?
I was about to call him Jeff, and I know 100% that's not his name.
I'm going to ask Zelik. Hey, Zelik, how fast can you make webs? It's a wolf spider, isn't it?
If he's a fucking big size like bird eating spider
like-
at this point,
Pretty dang quick. He does that with his legs, his front legs, his grabbing legs.
maybe we could get him to make a web on the ceiling somewhere. Like we could maybe like stick up some pythons because I have purchased them before into the ceiling in like 4 corners and let him web them. And then when it comes time for combat, I can pull my crossbow and you can pull your crossbow. I wasn't doing the voice. And then we pull the crossbows, we shoot the daggers out, have the big web net fall down on the dragon, maybe restrain it long enough to talk. If things go south.
Oh, I can talk to dragon.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming we'd try to have a good chat with it first.
I'll talk to dragon.
Maybe it just doesn't know what it's doing. Maybe it's young. There's better places it could eat. Or goblins it could eat. There's a lot of them.
Maybe it can't stomach goblins. Maybe it gets the runs.
Okay, but if we
Maybe. I think we should have a chat with it first, though.
if we encounter anything else, I'm running.
Well, yeah, that's fine. And
Fair enough.
I guess we'll just try to find our way up to that tower that it came out of.
Okay, well, it didn't come out of the tower. It actually came out of like a central courtyard, which you guys could find quite easily.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you guys poke around the castle a little bit, and you find one of the entrances to the courtyard. It looks like it used to have a garden in here. You could tell by the way some of like the stones are set in some of the pathways. It also looks like they had like a stables that is now rotted and fallen into disuse. And there's a big section in the center that's all charred and covered with various things like remains of carts, some charred bones from various animals, and then some small, perhaps objects of value, perhaps like the start of a horde.
Well, that's not gonna... The original plan's not gonna work then, I suppose. With the Spideys.
Okay, come up with a new plan. I got an idea. I want to investigate the garden for a weed that smells skunky.
Go ahead and roll me perception.
Lovely idea.
I mean, I got to come up with some type of currency. 18.
You do actually find that we sort of...
What? Definitely fireworks, but why?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways.
I would like to harvest it.
Yeah. You're capable of harvesting it. You now have one oddly scented plant.
TJ's trying to be ye old plug.
Yeah. I'll figure out what is actually in that pile here in a moment, but we'll worry about that over break.
Fair enough.
Actually, we're at about. It's about break time. You
Yeah, if
guys
we want
wanna
to
go
do it
ahead?
now, we can.
All right. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Greetings, everybody, and welcome back to Ales and Scales D&D. Pardon me, we ate some spicy chicken during the break, and I am literally dying as we speak. So I'm going to try my best. So, would you guys like to inspect the hoard that you found?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Here's what you find. 1 amber worth 120 gold pieces.
Who's writing? Fuck.
Someone right.
I got it.
Okay.
You said 120?
Yep. A piece of garnet worth 80 gold pieces.
Okay.
You find a masterwork buckler +1. Now, how that will work is it'll work like a normal shield. It'll give you a +2 to AC, but you could hold something in that hand, like a light weapon or a torch, if necessary.
Cool.
Let's see, there's a blue star sapphire worth 200 gold pieces. There's a pile of various coins equaling 300 gold pieces. Damn.
Wait, I'm still on the sapphire.
That was worth 200.
Okay. Woo!
You find a stack of coins, various, that equal 300 gold. You find a +1 masterwork dwarven war axe.
Is it a war axe?
Yep. And 1 thunderstone.
We gotta find an Eevee now.
Or Pikachu.
EB.
Fair enough.
You can use a brick to evolve it into a ghost type. There's also a heavy wooden shield.
What is this after that?
It's just a +2 shield. It's just described as
Like just
heavy.
a standard one?
Yeah,
Got it.
but made out of wood. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. That's of value. There's also like a bunch of random odds and ends of no particular value that you're not sure why a dragon would keep in its hoard. Like what?
An original Ecto Cooler juice box.
Yeah, there's also some like porcelain nobles. And there's an actual live possum that looks terrified, and it's just hanging there as if it's too afraid to move.
You should do something about that.
Let's see a possum and talk to it in possum. Be like, "It's okay, buddy. We're here to rescue it and give it a hug."
It sort of like relaxes in your arms, and it's like, thank fuck. I was so scared this whole time that if I moved even an inch, that thing would swoop from the sky and take me.
We're just hearing him having a conversation and Possum just screeching
Yeah.
and hitting.
Screams.
And then I'll pop Goodberry and give it a Goodberry.
It's satisfied by the good berry. It is very nourishing. You guys notice it's actually a very nice moonlit night, and a shadow passes over you, and one of the gargoyles glides down to the
Oh my
ground,
god.
and is like, what's all this?
It's the
Dragon Horde. Told ya.
Possum. I would like the possum to hang from my arms, so I could just hold down.
It's a possum.
He's like, it is awesome.
What do you got there? A smoothie?
Well, this is it. This doesn't belong to the castle, so I suppose you're welcome to it.
Thanks.
This one's a lot smaller than the other ones. He's got like a much rounder skull without any like really impressive horns, and he looks to be lighter frame in general.
Quick question for you. I didn't take this to steal it. It's y'all, but you know anything about the sigil on this shield?
That's the sigil of the humans that used to occupy this place.
Would you guys care if I took it back to town to get it identified?
We have no use for it. Did you deal with those things that are in that room?
One or two?
What do you mean?
We just kind of left them. We were getting our asses kicked. We relocked the door for you guys, though, so they ain't gonna roam.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, we generally try not to go in there.
Yeah, we've noticed.
I can see why.
Yeah.
You look rather, oh no, you guys, did you guys sleep?
We haven't rested yet.
Oh, I was gonna say, you look rather beaten up.
We're about to get ready for a nap.
As they're talking, I would just like to blow raspberries on the possum's stomach.
You do so. The possum laughs in possum.
It's gonna look at him.
He's like, no, stop. Stop it.
I don't know why, but that reminded me of the like bad Harry Potter videos.
That's what it was. Like,
Ron,
stop it, Ron. Stop it, Ron.
It's Leviosa.
I hate that video so much. Absolutely horrendous. Well, yeah, you guys, they've prepared space for you guys in that room. So there's the couches, and there's also some random cots that look like they haven't been used in a while. They brought out for you guys. You guys just look around, and you observe that Orion's no longer in the room.
Where did he go?
God damn it. This guy sleepwalk or what?
I'm gonna pop down on the couch with my possum and my spider and go to sleep. Don't even care.
Gotcha, you're quite cozy.
Should we go find Orion? Or just let him worry about himself?
Yeah, he can make his own way back.
Okay.
He is an adult.
Yeah. I'm sure he's just trying to find a place to take ye old dump.
Yeah, so you guys resting then?
So he's looking for the chamber pot of secrets.
I really want this
Chamber
chicken,
pot of
but I
secrets.
can't have it yet. I need to wait.
Mm-hmm.
The things I do for love.
I've got one tendy left. Two was actually quite filling though.
Yeah, they're big tendies. Yeah, you guys go to sleep and they don't bother you throughout the night. You're quite well rested. You wake up just slightly before dawn.
I'd like to go back to the courtyard but stay out of sight, like in a door, and just be kind of peeking to see what happens.
You're sort of looking out, and you see some of the gargoyles moving up on the walls. They're making their way back to their usual spots and preparing for the sun to rise.
I peek out the door. Have a good night, boys. Thanks for the stay.
Sure thing.
And then I'll continue to wait and wait it out to see when the dragon comes back.
The sun begins to rise, and then all of the gargoyles take their poses and resume their stone-like form. You sort of watch the transformation. Yeah, they're all flexing and doing various
Raw face.
yeah raw faces.
Oh,
And,
raw XD.
You look up at the corner of the upper ledge there, and you see some movement still that is not gargoyle or dragon related. You see a brief flash of armor and the head of a familiar looking human moving around up there, but you can't really tell what he's doing from here.
I'm just gonna yell out to him real quick. Oh, you dumb fuck, get back over here. There's dragon coming.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm getting ready for. Get up here and take a look at this.
I don't really know if I wanted to handle things that way, but sure. I'm gonna call out to them to see if they were nearby or what they were doing. And I guess I'll
What
just...
are you guys doing?
Weren't
Have you
we-
awoken from your slumber? Or are you
I was gonna
still
say, weren't we-
Sally?
We've taken a rest, right?
And the possum.
Yeah, you guys got full rest.
Cool.
By the way, I want to ask the possum's name.
It's Ricky. Ricky the possum.
Damn, I was
The
gonna
old
name it
possum.
Frank.
And... yeah, so... I guess I'm gonna go see what the hell he was doing.
Yeah, I
Do
guess.
we-
Are you going? Are you guys going with him? Or are you guys doing something separate?
Well, do we know? Was he looking out
Well, I mean-
where we were, or?
I don't know if you guys followed Korgar or not. Did you?
I just thought he stayed up all night or something.
Well, we did have the plan to, kind of try to talk to the dragon first anyway, and now that we know where its nest is, they should know where I'm at.
I feel like
I'm sure you
Take-
stop alongside. You walk past the room on your way up to the stairs to go up to.
Yeah, I rip a really loud fart that echoes through the hall.
Yeah, you guys no longer wish to occupy that space. Even for your tested nose, it's particularly pungent.
The bowels of a full-grown orc.
It doesn't
Well,
smell like anything holy that nature would make. It's not a natural smell. It's an
Yeah.
unholy smell.
Well, I guess
I'll
I'll,
eat meat and booze.
guess I'll go out there with him then to avoid that
Yeah,
smell.
yeah, you guys go up there, and he's over there working in one of the corner tower tops, and he appears to have repaired one of the ballista.
Mighty handy of you. I'll leave you to manage that when the time comes, if we need it.
All right, I'll shoot it as soon as I seize it.
No,
Not.
let's not do that. We kind of want to talk to this thing first.
Do you have a black arrow?
Why would I need a black arrow? Why is the color of the arrow?
I heard the rumors that you need a black arrow to shoot to pierce the dragon's armor.
Is dark steel particularly resilient?
I don't know.
I don't know metallurgy. I just know how to shoot a crossbow.
I'm not much for the metallurgical
Haven't you lived
things,
like
but-
1,000 years? You should know these things.
I don't pay attention to metal.
Clearly.
Do you pay attention to metal? Do you know what the metal is? on
I
your
haven't
armor?
lived for like 500
Okay.
years.
If only the forge smiths from my hometown, they'd be able to tell us.
If only the useful people could enlighten us.
Multi-class myself as a forge cleric.
Ah, yes, now I know metallurgy.
Yeah. Because otherwise it wouldn't change my spells that I gain or anything other than just secondary features.
Well, after your brief conversation, he sort of like poorly hides himself under the newly repaired ballista and wait for the dragon. Should we make a signal of some kind?
Like what?
Yeah, if things are gonna go bad, I'm gonna yell out, "Squaw!"
But isn't that the sound the dragon makes?
Well, we're not exactly, clear on what exact sound the dragon makes, so...
But if it does make that sound, wouldn't that ruin the whole plan?
Well, then if it does go scraw, then I'll yell, "Scream!"
Oh, how will I know if it's you or the dragon?
Well, the scree would be from me. They're not known to scree, they're known to scraw.
Okay, I'll listen for the scream.
Not confusing at all. All right.
Yeah, you know what, we'll just make it a scree.
Are you sure you want to talk to it? I thought red dragons were dicks or something.
I don't
I
know.
don't know, and he wasn't very big, and his horde's not very big.
And we
So,
kind of took his shit.
I didn't take
so-
a shit. I didn't fucking touch a single thing. I noted it, so if
Oh,
we kill him, we
okay.
take it.
I took his possum.
I don't think he.
I
cared.
don't think he was trying to hoard the possum. Or maybe he was.
So you say that,
Maybe it's a pet.
he comes back and like, "Where's Ricky?"
Well, anyway, I guess the rest of us just get out of sight until it lands.
All right. Any particular places you guys want to hide? Imagine this is like it's like a 4-story castle with 4 towers, walls, and like a central courtyard. So there's some areas for you to stand upon the roof, or like there's some balconies on the middling floors, and then of course what I described on the ground.
Well, I say you take a high mount position, like strongbow.
Is there bushes in the garden still?
There's some charred bushes. They'll provide you mediocre protection.
Don't you have druidcraft? Can't you make them grow back?
Yeah, I might have druidcraft.
It's like the druid spell.
Or you could use the special song I gave you to sing them back to life.
Yeah,
Lights.
I'll do that. I'll try
Yeah.
to sing it back to life.
Yeah, you sing a beautiful melody, and the plants in this central area, all of the plants, not just the bushes, are once again thriving.
Well, I guess I'm just gonna hide in that there bush you just made.
That was my idea. I was going to talk to a dragon.
Well, there's more than one bush, mate.
Fine, I'll hide beside him. I'm gonna like cuddle with him.
I guess.
Okay.
I guess I'll hide beside Orion since I assume he's up on the wall.
You guys are both like tucked under the only functioning ballista on the roof.
Absolutely. It's a high up place, so
Yeah. All right. It's not very long before you guys hear something massive flapping its wings off in the distance, and the dragon glides its way to the center of the fucking the castle courtyard, and then he immediately begins sniffing around on the ground and like uses a little bit of his breath weapon to like re-jar the plants in the center area.
And I'm like holding him, like I'm shielding his eyes as this is happening.
Oh, I kind of want to whisper to him. I thought they had boobs.
It was just my bones.
It starts to sniff its way around. You see it looking very closely at its hoard, and it sort of like picks around some of the stuff that's just been, gently moved around. It's very familiar with its things. And it's gonna...
Oh, it doesn't know Ricky's gone.
Yeah, Ricky's the only thing gone.
It sort of like starts smelling around the courtyard and slowly walking in your direction.
I'm gonna just walk directly out, and I'm not gonna have my weapon drawn. I'm gonna have my shield out though, and I'm gonna just hail it in common.
I guess I'll walk up with them.
It goes ahead and it spreads its wings and it rears back and it arches its neck.
I'm like, hold up.
Like,
And then I'll call out in some type of dragon language saying, hold up.
Do you know Draconic?
Talk to animals.
Yeah, I can talk to animals. I think I actually do know Draconic. I do not know
Well-
Sylvan, Giant, and Druidic.
either way, it responds. What brings you to my nest?
Well, we got sent here on a guild quest. I'm sure you're familiar with the guild, being an intelligent creature and all.
Yes, I am well familiar with your puny guild.
Anyway, yeah. So the guild sent us, and, well, they're fairly certain that you're the one that's been burning up the farmland and, stealing the cows and whatnot.
Well, that's because I am the one burning the farms and stealing
This-
the cows.
This much we had inferred by now. You are an intelligent creature, and we have no need for falsities. They would like us to handle the problem, but I see no need in doing such a thing if you can just find somewhere that you could a better source of food.
A conundrum. I could kill you all here.
You could, and then they would send more and probably stronger.
That thought had occurred to me as well. I could hunt elsewhere, but I'm not moving.
Well, then, yeah, you don't need to move, but just stop hunting off the goods of the townsfolk and stop burning their buildings. And honestly, I don't think you should have too many other problems from there.
I need some sort of guarantee that they won't come knocking upon my door.
I'm willing to take the time to go to town and do this for you.
Do you own land around the town over yonder?
Afraid not. Rather a poor man. Well, I'm not poor. I'm an adventurer. I've got like 1,000 something gold.
I hunt at night to avoid the creatures that awaken in the evening. There's nothing to protect my horde during the day.
Understandable.
Perhaps we could come to an agreement.
I think that could be reached as well. Seeing as the creatures that live in the holes here aren't exactly fond of humans or, wandering eyes themselves, between the two of you, you have a good foothold on keeping this place safe.
They didn't attack the human hiding under the ballista.
Boy, shush about that. They don't know that that's a human. We fooled them. We're not mentioning it. Just leave it where it lies. He's an alright guy.
I don't speak to those creatures.
Well, that's fine. If we could broker an agreement between the gargoyles and yourself and the guild, will we have a deal there?
It's probably best they don't know I'm here.
We won't give them the specifics of your location. We will just... what is your name? Oh, great red dragon.
You may call me Thorn.
Thorn? Okay. Making sure I heard you right. I thought you said Thor at first, and I was like, well, that's kind of off brand there.
You're going to need some sort of proof that you chased me away. And he goes ahead and he dislodges one of his larger scales and he hands it over to you with it pinched between his big claws. It's about the size of a small shield.
Excellent. This will do. We'll broker this deal, and we'll give you our word that we will make every effort in our power to keep people from coming here. Honestly, it's not a bad place. I don't mind the place, but we'll do this for you. I do have a question for you, though, as we knew you were coming.
Ask.
See that shield over there? That buckler? I'll trade you for it. I've got a +1 magic glowing fucking fancy sword.
He licks his lips. He goes ahead and he picks up the sword. He's like, I accept this exchange.
Wait.
Outstanding.
And we want to throw in the possum.
You took my possum?
Oh god.
Return him to me.
I mean, he kind of just walked away. He didn't want to be here.
I named him Frederick, and he is mine.
Well, you said his name is Ricky.
His name is now Frederick.
Well, you gotta go find Frederick. He ran away as soon as you left.
This is bothersome. Worry not, I will not slay you. But I am on.
Well, I will say, I hear kobolds make phenomenal pets for such exceptional, majestic creatures as yourself. In fact, I hear they praise you. Good. Well, I guess we'll be on our way then to go broker this deal. We'll try to return here at nighttime, speak to the gargoyles on your behalf at the same time. Gonna do, 2 crows with 1 stone, know what I mean?
Indeed.
Okay.
You will find me here until the setting of the sun.
Alright. Well, I guess we'll be off then. How about, you ready to go there, Ozzy?
Yep, I'm ready to go.
Alright.
Boy,
I'm gonna...
Quagga, you want me to shoot it? Yeah.
Oh!
I'm just gonna drag him away.
Yeah, I'm gonna...
He's not on the ballista. He's doing a poor job of sitting on his belly and peeking over the thing, and he's whispering at yelling volume. You want me to shoot it?
I'm still gonna drag him
No,
away.
he's friendly enough.
You just hear the sound of armor dragging across the really and pulls him away from the ledge.
Alright.
And that's the end of that.
Yeah, well, then I guess I'll take me and mine, and we'll be off then. Farewell for now.
I'm gonna, as we walk in, whisper to Borgar, I'm glad I didn't mention the weed.
Yeah, best not.
It's good you guys didn't take any of it.
Well, you regrew all the plants though, so he has fresh weed grown.
He burned it.
He does.
Yeah,
But
I'm gonna take some.
now he's back, so I wouldn't take it.
If he burned it, it's just.
Oh, he only burned the center.
I was gonna say the dragon's just sitting there blazed.
His eyes are all bloodshot when you get back. He's eating 10 more cows.
It's that dank holy kush.
Yeah.
Alright, well, I say we set off. Does that trade deal seem agreeable to everybody?
I suppose.
We don't have to fight the fucking thing, and it doesn't have to cause any further problems.
And we gargoyles don't care.
Get a pop.
Well, we'll talk to them about it later. Seeing as neither of them particularly care for commoners, I'm going to assume that they'll be okay in this alliance.
I really think as long as they're not humans, the gargoyles are fine.
That's my thoughts.
I don't know what they got against humans. I ain't never heard no gargoyles.
Probably just a long-lasting blood feud. You know those are fairly common.
Does this mean you lot will be staying here at the castle then with the dragon?
But we have to go back to town.
Yeah, we do have to go back to town first. If we decide to stay here at the castle, maybe we can find a way to at least get a better costume for you.
What's wrong with my costume?
It was-
One of the leaves he's just sort of formed into an ear falls off.
I think that answered your question.
What? Oh,
Yeah.
what?
We'll get you a better costume.
Perhaps we could convince the gargoyles that I'm not all that bad.
I'm not sure if we're going to.
I would do so in time after we've had time to assure them or show them your greater qualities.
I do have many great qualities. I have an outstanding liver, for one.
Well,
Well, it
we
wasn't
could just say you're part Goliath or something. You are fairly big.
Maybe.
Would they take part human? We don't know that.
Do they know what Goliaths are?
Probably.
Maybe. Maybe not.
I could find out.
Depends on. Well,
Well,
still think a disguise might be easier, but okay.
let's go see what they're
we're gonna
offering
decide
for
first.
this dragon we killed.
Yeah, as I like hefted the red scale to like sandwiched in my pack because I'm 100% getting that crafted into something.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
And I'll go to the sitting room. I'll be like, "Come on, Ricky, come on, Silek, we're leaving now."
Yeah, they go with you. They happily like do a little spider hop and whatever a possum does along the ground, scuttles, but not quite like a crab, more like a possum.
Yeah. Sure.
you should let the possum go free back to the woods once he came.
Gotta get him out of the castle first.
Well, yeah, of course. We can put him on one of those farms. I hear possums eat ticks. I'm sure the farmers wouldn't care for ticks. Good place to put him.
You traded
Not
for
too many
food.
creatures care for ticks.
Yeah.
Anyways, are you heading off?
Yeah.
I do have something I want to do when we get past the farm.
Okay.
The original farm.
Okay, then yeah, I guess we're just gonna head back along our way, stop at the farm, or whatever he wants to do.
I'm gonna release the possum, and then I want to cast Hidden Step and go take a fertilizer barrel.
Okay, yeah. The farmer looks out and he sees a barrel just like rolling across the ground. And
Actually, I'm
after
just
all
gonna pick it up and have it turn invisible with me.
Oh, he wasn't going to move to stop you. He was just going to leave you alone. Like he doesn't want anything to do with a phantom barrel. His farm is half burned down. He's like, if the ghosts want the shit, let them have the shit.
Literally, the shit.
Yes.
I got fertilizer for my weed.
Fair enough.
So you're not rolling around in it.
Yeah, I guess we'll just fast travel back to town. Fucking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
it was
guys-
only like an hour or two away, right?
Yeah, it was a very short travel. Just to that particular fortress wasn't far off.
Well, I say there's a couple ways we can do this. Obviously, we'll tell the guild that we, slayed the dragon and all that, and I'd say we request ownership of the land that the castle's on. That way, it's protected under the law in our names.
Would they do that?
Maybe we can talk to the mayor. Well, we can ask the guild first, and then maybe talk to the mayor. But this is her regional area, and I don't think anybody has any claim to it if it's long been, free of humans.
Yeah, I suppose.
I think that'd be best.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, Mother Earth owns it. And I, give Curly a wink.
Yes. Well, you guys go do what you gotta do. I'll find me by my compost pile.
Oh, okay. I'm sure they could set you up a farming crop.
I don't need that. I just need a boot or something.
Fair enough, Wally.
Yeah. And I'm gonna go to my compost pile and look through the dumpster, see if I can find empty cans or boots.
Okay. Yeah. You find what you're looking for.
Discarded ale mug.
And then I'm gonna plant I'll take fertilizer and dirt or the compost manure and dirt and put them in each of the pots and plant the weed seeds that are harvested too.
Yeah, you do that. You hear a familiar voice of Geralt, better known as Meat Shield, come over your shoulder, and he's like, "What you doing over there, mate?
Planting crops.
I didn't take you for a farmer.
What's a farmer?
It's a human term for someone who grows crops.
Oh, well, they must be great people if they want to grow more plants for the earth.
Some of them are, some of them aren't. Like any group of people or creatures.
Better than most humans if they're willing to grow stuff for the earth.
Well, most humans are willing to grow stuff from the earth, but then they destroy it and consume it.
I mean, you give back to the earth gives to you.
That seems like a fair arrangement most of the time. You notice that he's not wearing his normal guard attire that you guys usually see him in. He's in much better equipment. Whatever adventuring he's been doing probably has been paying off. Well, I was just stopping by to say hello and grab a drink. I just heard some shuffling about back here and came to see what was going on.
Starting my own business.
Well, let me know how it goes.
I will. And then after he's gone, I'll take like the leaves of the weed and then like kind of grind them up and press them into a coin shape. As many points I can get out of it.
Yeah, you have the raw shape of a coin. It's not quite perfect. It's going to take some refinement to get to more of a perfect coin shape, but through practice, you could probably figure out the process to make it into a good, solid-looking coin.
I don't think most people that I'm going to give this to really cares if it's in a coin shape, but...
Probably not, no.
Well, guild? Mm-hmm. Alright. Yeah, I guess we'll go into the guild, and we'll go up to the counter, and I'll set down the quest profile, and then I'll take out the big red dragon scale and place it on the counter. We took care of the farming problem.
That's surprising. What was it that was causing all that trouble?
I looked down at the counter.
Dragon?
Yeah.
Dragon, yeah.
Lilith is kind of... Actually, no, it's the day shift lady. She's kind of surprised. She's like... I didn't think it would be actually a dragon. I either thought it would be someone trying to make it look like a dragon or some other sort of creature. But, I mean, that looks like an authentic dragon scale.
Well, it is, and yep, that's definitely what the creature was. So yeah. Though we do have some other questions. We found that castle, and it seems unclaimed, and we'd like to try to inquire about keeping said castle for ourselves.
Let me think. That's something you might want to take up with the mayor. That's probably more of her lane than ours.
That was my thoughts on the situation. I don't know if you guys would be able to maybe give us a recommendation or something along the lines of that to help us procure this castle.
I don't know if we can put it anywhere with the mayor, since we don't hold much sway there. But if you did, in fact, deal with the dragon, maybe I could put in a word for a promotion with the superiors. That might have to suffice.
Well, we did indeed, so I suppose I can accept at least that much. And I guess we'll go have a chat with the mayor, see if we can't work something out.
Alright, give me some time to write a letter and get it sent via transport over to the superiors and see if we can't get you an interview for a promotion. Your promotions from here on out will require in-person interviews for you and your party.
I hope they're not one at a time.
You get demoted versus promoted.
I believe there was some sort of reward. Looks like it's only 150 gold, but since this is, you dealt with a dragon, I'd be willing to give you 300 to split amongst yourselves.
That sounds acceptable.
Real dragon skin. Are you gonna keep it?
Yep.
That's
I'm making a shield out of this, or having it crafted onto one of my current shields. I think that's what I'll do.
Well,
Maybe the blacksmith will know better.
that seems like a good use for it. I was just hoping to make it into some sort of costume.
Yeah, sorry, no cosplay use for this.
Well, that is a shame. Good luck speaking with the mayor.
Well, thanks. Oh, who the fuck is shooting fireworks
I don't know.
on a Sunday?
Very-
No, it is Saturday. Never mind.
Are we live or are we still trying to connect?
Yeah, we're still
No, we're
live.
live.
Oh, I don't know why it's being silly.
I don't know.
Yeah, we're
Mhm.
up over here.
Okay, yeah. So you guys going straight over to the mayor's house?
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
Well, is it like should be what, the middle of the day or something like that?
Yeah, it's about. You guys left a little
Yeah.
bit after morning.
You know, you can stop and come get me so I can meet the mayor.
Well, yeah, we can come get you real quick.
Do we even know where you went?
I told you.
Oh yeah, I guess you did. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we'll stop off, go grab him real quick, and then continue on over to the mayor.
I'll show Corridor my poorly made hatch coins.
These smell smelly.
People didn't like my stones, so I'll give them some good herb to put on their food
I'm sure they will enjoy that.
and their cookies and brownies.
Yeah.
Well, you guys get over to the mayor's office and knock on the door, and it's answered by one of the servers that works there. Not servers like in a restaurant, but you know what I mean. And they're like, you have business with the mayor, I assume. What is it?
Well, there is a castle that we found.
Boy, we just killed a dragon for you guys. The least you can do is not have an attitude.
He sort of like narrows his eyes, and he's like, you don't look like you can kill a dragon.
I'd like to lightly slap him across the face with the dragon scale.
Go ahead and roll the hit.
It'll be a 15.
He very quickly reaches out and catches the scale, but then he looks at it and he's like, well, you don't look rich enough to have bought this from somewhere, and you
No,
don't
it's
look like the
poor.
kind that would steal it. Follow me, and he releases it. His grip was surprisingly firm. It didn't damage the scale, obviously, but it was enough to catch that and hold it firm.
Fair enough.
He leads you to the mayor's office, and after a brief conversation inside, ushers you in. She's sitting upon her desk of office and greets you as you walk in. What could I do for you, fine adventurers?
Did you say like standing, like she's standing, or wait?
Is she on her stilts or no? Right now.
No, she's sitting down.
Oh, okay.
She looks much shorter than you would imagine her being. Since the last time you saw her, she was a more imposing of height, probably just a little bit shorter than Osborne.
Mayor Short Stack.
That's not my name, but
I
go
thought that's
ahead.
what it was.
Mistakes.
I look her up and down, and I give her a wink, and then I continue talking.
He sort of blushes.
So we found this castle off to the west. Been abandoned for a couple hundred years. We slayed a dragon that was inside of it, and we're figuring it doesn't have any claim laid to it.
Well, Jeeves told me you had proof of the dragon, and the clan that originally owned it has lived in it for quite a long time. So I have no issue with it, since no one else around here, at the very least, has any claim on it.
Well, then we'll await on an official deed of ownership or title for the land here in town. Or, well, we'll come back for that, but we do have other business to attend to.
So that clan that had it originally, are they around anymore, or do we have to worry about them?
Their descendants are around. They had some mad belief. They were all worshippers of the god Fenrir.
Well, that explains the shield as I pull the other shield out of my bag.
Ah, yes, that would explain that indeed. I believe their descendants still cause trouble in the land here and there, but they no longer have a particular seat of power. Not that I'm aware of.
Well, I guess we're taking their last seat of power they had then.
Be cautious they don't ever return for it.
I have a feeling they'd have a hard time taking that castle from us. Just a feeling.
Well, you are quite capable since you killed the dragon. I can't imagine they'd have it very easily.
Yeah, I have a feeling those are those same Cult of the Wolf fellows we ran into.
I think so.
So you've had run-ins with them before.
Yes.
Indeed, they tried to, they were trying to look for something on us, and they didn't find it, but when we killed them off, the last one alive, we were going to question him, and he suicide bombed us, so I don't respect their claim to the castle either way.
Well, they're all criminals in my eyes, and they worship unholy things. So
I'm fairly certain they also killed two of the other drivers, or
They did.
yeah, whoever they were. They killed two others while we were on that job.
they have no right to own property around here, as far as I'm concerned. Not that I'm the ruler of these lands, but being the only nearby town with any real authority, we'll go ahead and say that it's no longer their castle.
Sounds good.
Sounds good to us. We'll come back for a deed of ownership in a day or so.
If you go down the street, there's actually a map-making office that also
Titles are us.
yeah, they also fill various duties like that. It's called the Bell Tower. They should be able to assist you.
They must have a Kinko's. Alright, well, thank you much, Mayor. You ready to go?
Yeah. Oh,
I'll,
I need to stop by that tannery too.
I gotta stop by the armory, too. I'm gonna give her, like, a nod, and then I'm gonna head on out with him. I'm gonna stop at the guild hall, and then I'm gonna stop at the blacksmith. Then we'll go back and get Mr.
Oh, it was with
Coins.
you guys.
Oh, you were?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were still far.
Remember, you came and got me.
Oh, well,
Wait,
do you want to come with us? Or do you want to go with him, or you want to go with me?
I'm hungry.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get food.
Okay, you do that. We'll meet you, we'll have some food, and then we'll head back up, go meet up with the our new friends.
So what are each of you doing?
I'm
Need
gonna
to go to
the
that.
tavern to eat.
Okay. It's a little past lunchtime. They still have some food left for you, and they're familiar with you, so they don't try to stop.
This time
you.
I'm gonna pay. I'm gonna walk up to the dwarf lady and hand her one of those weed coins and a grab plate.
Odd. What do I do?
Well, you could put it on your food, or you could smoke it. It makes you feel really happy. You'll love it.
I was going to bake some sweets later. Perhaps I'll try to use this as an ingredient.
If you're gonna sell it to customers, you might want to charge them double.
I'll consider it. I must try it myself first. And then she goes right off to work. You shortly after, you can smell the delicious scent of some sort of chocolate confection coming from the kitchen.
Smells like chocolate in a skunk's asshole.
What are you two doing?
And we go to that leather place that I went to. The hide.
Bondage Jarvis.
Okay, yeah.
It seems it's been at least a day.
You head over
the
there.
BDSM costume down.
It's actually closed. The sign says closed and the front door is locked. You can see some movement inside, but you can't really make it out because the glass is sort of like
They got like
it's that frosted glass.
you got like hours posted, like or is it just a close sign?
It's normally open during this time. You could probably give it a knock.
Yeah, I wanna go ahead and knock.
Okay, hold on real quick. Up there.
Oh, hold on. You hear? And the old man opens it up and he's like, Gio, did I not put up the sign?
You did, I was just wondering if I can pick up the thing I requested.
No, you can't rush art, lass. You can't rush art.
I
It
just
will take some more time.
okay, how long do you estimate?
You can't put an estimate on art, lass. Come back tomorrow.
Okay, I'll come back tomorrow.
Maybe.
He like closes the door slowly.
Okay, I'll
and then
see you
he just
tomorrow.
sorta- you hear him bolt it shut. And then
Six
he,
different chains.
all right, what now?
I was going over. I'm stopping at the guild hall first to look for Lilith
Yeah,
and show her that shield.
she's in there. She's having a drink since she's off duty. She's getting ready to. It's about midday, you said. She's working like the evening shift, so she's getting ready to get on duty. Of course, warming herself up with a beverage because they can do whatever they want. She has tenure here.
Oi, Lilith, check this shit out. And I'm gonna toss the shield to the ground at her feet.
She immediately just stomps on it and grinds her boot on the fucking surface of the shield. She's like, "Get this trash out of my sight."
Oi, it wasn't for whatever the hell you're taking this as. We got questions.
Okay, perhaps I have answers, but put that
Who the
away.
fuck are these? You can burn it for all I care after we're done talking.
Put it away. Come over here. I have one of the interview rooms. We could speak privately.
I kick it upside down and just continue to kick it along the floor till I get to the interview room.
She gets to the stairs, and as both of you reach the stairs, Fargus gets up from his resting spot and just sort of follows you guys. And she takes you to a nice, well-furnished room up on the second floor where they usually hold these things. She's like, "Well, that belongs to a family that eventually forged the cult of the wolf. Our mortal enemies."
That much I figured. We found it in a... we found it out west. Curious, How much do we trust this woman? Like, is she a friend of the party, or is she just kind of an acquaintance?
Well, you can't ask anybody since you're by yourself.
No, I'm asking I'm asking you
Oh.
since we've worked with her before.
Odd roll
Everybody's
insight,
my
or
friend.
just make your own assumption.
I'll make my own assumption.
Yeah.
Look, we found an old castle out to the west. We're laying claim to it as our own. It used to be owned by these fucks.
Well, they haven't occupied there for quite a while.
Well, that's where it was.
Fargus's pack occasionally walks by there and checks on it.
What does the dragon need with me?
I don't know.
Wait, does that mean you've dealt with the dragon?
Yeah, we have.
When people go in my alleyway and
How?
take my weed.
Came to an agreement.
Well, as long as they're not using it anymore, I have no reason to go ahead and tell anybody about that.
That's about what I figured. Was just curious more about the history of the clan.
Well, they held the belief that how should I say this? They worship Fenris, well, Fenrir. He's called both, depending on the history you read, and they believe him to be greater than the other gods, and they want to cause the events of Ragnarok. Whereas my associates believe that, like all things, there are two sides to the wolf, and it could still be saved. That's, as you might imagine, why we come to disagreement. But they fell out of power a good time ago. At the very least, they were driven from their seat and don't hold any official power that we're aware of anywhere. And now they just skulk about causing trouble and gathering their power in preparation for that fateful day.
I've gotten a sense that they may be gathering power. But, fair enough. Well, I suppose I'll be off for now. That's all the questions I had.
Ah, very. I'll finish my drink and get to work, I suppose. And then she skulks off downstairs. It's she's got the Monday face on.
She is
ain't
peopling,
ready.
right?
Yeah, she is.
Feel free to come by the castle. You can help us cleanse it of whatever filth this sigil is.
She gives a wicked smile. She's like, "I wouldn't mind defiling the home of these filthy people. Removing their sigil from the face of the earth would be my pleasure."
Right then. And I'm gonna grab like a piece of chicken off the table in the tavern, or the guild tavern, as I walk it out. I'm gonna put a copper down and just start munching the chicken as I walk.
It's delicious. It's
Why is it spicy?
oh, what was Randy's other character? Bojangles. It's Bojangles' secret recipe.
This chicken tastes chickeny. Then I'm gonna go over to the blacksmith to pick up my plate armor first off. I'm also gonna see if he's interested in buying my chainmail off of me.
Yeah, he's willing to buy it off you for half its retail price.
75, so
And then your plate armor is prepared.
what's that, about 75? 30.
30.
And it looks like we're at the top of the
32.
hour, so it's about time for our 10-minute break. We're going to go ahead and cut it for 10 minutes, and we'll be right back. Thanks for tuning in.
You got
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to Ales and Scales D&D. I am your DM for the night, Randy Royce, and here's a brief recap of what happened in the last hour. Our brave adventurers discovered a castle off to the west of the town, whose name has suddenly escaped me, although we've been here for days. Willowdale, that's it. To the west of Willowdale, where they discovered that it was guarded by an entire clan of gargoyles, which they were able to make peace with and stay the night, despite their obvious hatred for humans and Orion's unfortunate affliction of being a human. But due to some poor disguise work, he was not immediately discovered and slaughtered, and they made peace. They discovered in the morning that there's a young red dragon living there that returned and made an accord with them. He gifted them one of his scales, and they went and told the guild in town that they slayed the dragon and have an arrangement with the mayor so that they will now own the land that that castle is on, along with the castle itself. We also discovered that the clan that originally owned that castle is their descendants are what formed the what would we call them? The cult of the wolf? The cult of the wolf that worships the wolf god Fenrir and is trying to initiate the events of Ragnarok, death of the gods. And that's where we are.
Yeah, and we left off, I was at the blacksmith. So I traded out my chainmail, got my plate mail back, and I'm gonna talk to the blacksmith. Boy, I found this really cool buckler here, and I show it to him, because it's a +1 buckler, and I also have this, and I pull out the red dragon scale that is roughly the same size.
I think I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Think there's any kind of special crafting you could do with this?
Perhaps. Let me see what I could do, and we could discuss a price afterwards. But I'm thinking I can make this work.
Alright, well, I'll tell you, I only have like 1,000 or so gold, so...
That should have cost you more than that. You provided all the materials, I'm just doing the work, and let's be honest, I have a nice house. This is more fun than anything.
Fair enough. I'll leave these with you then. I'll be back in like a day or two. I don't know how long you think it'll take, but...
Let me show you something. And he goes and he gets the big siege crossbow, and he's like, I made this incredible lever. And he goes ahead and he pulls it back. It still takes a big man to pull it back, but he's able to rack the siege crossbow. And he goes ahead and he shoots it at the stone-like foundation of the side, and the bolt just buries itself into the stone. He's like, would you get a load of that?
Pretty nice. Think you can replicate this now and build one yourself?
I might be able to, given enough time.
Our friend in the party, Orion, he would really enjoy that.
Would he now?
Indeed.
I might be willing to part with it if I can't make one.
Fair enough. I'll tell him to stop by sometime and catch up.
Yeah, I'd love to chat with him. Yes, I think that's all the business we had. Enjoy the rest of your day, and thanks for your continued business.
Indeed. Thank you. Yeah, and I'm gonna just head out and go over to the tavern as we originally discussed. We were gonna meet up. And...
As soon as you step out of the street, you see two familiar faces. The two I'm gonna call them bandits from the other town that were working with Mage Lady are standing there, completely awestruck to see you here standing before them, and they're just like,
"Holy fuck!
We don't mean any harm.
What the hell you doing here?"
He goes ahead and
You heard me, deal.
he pulls the chain out of his shirt. It's like, we signed up to be adventurers. See our porcelain ranks?
Lowers hammer slightly, but not completely.
We're just here to buy some equipment, because we don't want to die. We're not causing any trouble. On my mother's grave.
Okay.
We're just gonna go into the smithy now, if that's okay, Mr. Korgar.
You do that.
Alright, come on, Bulk, let's go. And the short
Bulk and Skunk.
Bulk and Skull. And they just sort of like shimmy around you and hurry themselves in. And you go and meet with your party as planned.
I had some chicken at the guild hall. Are you ready to go back?
Yeah, I paid the lady. She's gonna have some tasty treats later on
You paid the woman.
with my new hash coins.
What? Because I haven't seen these yet.
Yeah, I showed you.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I don't know whether we should be here for when those treats come out, or if we shouldn't. So I'm gonna just say we shouldn't, and I guess we'll go look for him.
Well, you guys look around, and one of the observations you're able to make is everyone in the tavern looks super mellow. And just sort of like eating some sort of chocolate confection that Amethyst is serving out on a tray. And she's just sort of like eating them as she goes too, because she can't really control herself, and her eyes are just all bloodshot. Like, Mr. Korgar, would you like to try one of these? They're a most amazing thing. I use a secret ingredient.
I would like to reach out and take one.
Yes, you may.
I would be delighted to try one, but not right now. I've got business to attend to.
Are you going to eat it?
I'm just gonna eat it.
Nothing immediately happens.
He's immune to him.
He's a big boy, so it takes a lot of those special brownies to have any effect.
Alright. Well,
You do feel slightly more relaxed and a little hungry.
You want to find Corellian?
I don't care what we do now.
Well, we gotta go back and talk to our new friends.
Okay. Wait, who's our new friends?
I'm not gonna tell you right here while we stand here in the place that we lied about what we actually did. Or the
gargoyle people? Oh, okay.
I'm gonna cast silence directly on him as I start to see the G crest his lips.
Slap him in the face. in the
You
mouth.
do. You go to speak, and you don't hear any noise. What do you do?
Probably thinks it's the effect of the thing he just ate.
Yeah, pretty much. So, I'll try to write it down, but I'm gonna misspell everything and hold it up to him.
Oh, good thing this man's not a...
Yeah, it just looks horrible. It looks like a toddler tried to write. It does very... It kind of looks like gargoyles, but it's...
He's learning.
Yeah, it's progress, and no one notices.
Alright, well, I'm gonna just lead him out the door, just kind of beckoning him along. And then once we finally find him, I'll unsilence him.
Yeah, the sound of the world once again returns to you, and you're able.
Boys, we can't talk about those things. Not in public.
What's wrong with the gargoyles?
Nothing's wrong with them. It's more of what's wrong with everybody else. Everybody else here would have an absolute witch hunt and try to go kill them.
Are you guys like off in an alley, like whispering to each other?
Yeah, I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah! No.
Yeah, just making sure.
Anyway, Carillion, you get everything handled?
Well, he didn't have it ready.
Well, I guess let's start heading back to the castle.
Well, we still need to come up with a disguise for.
Oh, yes, fuck. I actually
The
did
problem is the scent. He still smells like a human to them.
I got a perfect thing for that.
He probably won't enjoy it.
Well,
Would
for him.
would different humanoids really have, a defined different scent?
Probably only to creatures with a nose sensitive to tell the difference.
Gargoyles are made of stone, so I'm gonna assume that they don't.
I just went with they have enhanced senses, so they noticed, but they assumed it's because you were from town, so if you disguise him well enough, it'll probably be fine.
It's okay, I got this.
Well, if we need, I can always piss his pants.
We could always just lead him to my special farm.
You
He
guys,
still needs to look
oh,
not
so-
like a human.
I was going
Well, I can take care
to.
of the smell and not the look.
I completely forgot while I was at the blacksmith, but I was gonna commission him elven ear armor, like the kind you see at the Renaissance festivals, where it looks like they would have long pointy ears, but it's encased in armor.
yeah, we'll just say that you put that commission in and it'll be ready by this evening. He really didn't charge you anything, he just included it in whatever he's going to charge you for the shield.
Perfect.
Are we in the
I'll just
alleyway by
find-
compost bin? Compost pile?
What about the compost
Are we
pile?
in that alleyway?
You're very close.
While he's over there fashioning the elf ears, I'll walk over to that compost pile and grab like a handful of the fertilizer and the manure, and I'll walk back over to Ryan and just like smear it on.
He sort of looks at you with disgust, and he's like, I really want to hurt you right now.
Well, they say we had to cover your human smell, so now you covered the non-human smell.
Yes, I'm really aware of the smell.
I told him not
It's
to
in
do
my
that.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to find some way to make you smell more like an elf. Probably not with cow shit. I was thinking maybe with.
You guys think he's like slowly boiling.
I was thinking more along the lines of like tea sachets,
What?
like a sachet of tea, like fine elven herbs.
Perhaps.
Fine herb.
I'm gonna go clean the shit out of my mouth, and you guys be some good people and get the herbs for me, would you?
I will, but we'll give them to you at a later time. I was gonna suggest you stay here. I put in a commission for you at the blacksmith. Pick those up this evening, and then meet us at the castle. It's a better disguise, and it's also your armor.
So I wasted fertilizer for nothing.
Oh yeah, I suppose.
Not for now.
It's shit. You can reuse it, I'm sure.
He's gonna go wash it off.
You shouldn't have done it then.
At this moment, you guys hear some yelling coming over in the direction of the Underhill Tavern, and you're like, "No, absolutely not!" The familiar voice of a Curic Iron Hen bellows from that area.
I'm guessing he's a little right wing in terms of what's going on in there with the brownies right now.
No, actually, you hear a voice in response, like, "Father, I will become an adventurer. I am a grown woman."
That
Sounds
doesn't
like,
sound like our business.
that sounds like we should leave that one alone.
Yep.
And
I'm
you
not
hear
gonna be the
some,
man that some woman runs off with.
there's some more yelling, but you guys, it sort of fades off in the distance as you leave that alone.
Yeah, I'm gonna just Kermit meme, sip my tea, and be on my way back to the castle.
Yeah, are you guys departing straight away without making any further preparations?
Well, yeah, because it only takes like 2 hours to get there, and the dragon will be departing towards sundown. So
Well, what if Orion takes off the helmet? He's not going to wear it. the
he's not
entire time.
coming.
I thought he was.
He's picking up his commission at the end of the day, and then he's gonna come with us afterwards.
Nice.
And in the meantime,
Wait, so we're leaving now?
yeah, we're leaving now. He's gonna come once he has his disguise from the blacksmith.
Keep up, Shelf.
No, I'm just saying.
And she calls me stupid.
You can't read.
And you wipe shit on people.
I was covering the smell. It was a good idea. Not my fault. He doesn't know.
So what are you trying to get at then?
I don't know. What if Orion takes off his helmet and then the gargoyles find out?
That's why he's getting that elf armor ears, like so it looks like he has elven ears. And that's why we're gonna grab.
Okay.
We'll stop at the general store, grab some tea, and give that to him when he arrives.
I may not be able to read, but at least I can follow a simple plan.
Unlike certain elves.
I don't know what the fuck elven helmet ear things are.
Just think of like metal encapsulating pointy ears,
Yeah, that's all it is.
since they're long and easily cut.
I did say he was an elf that lost his ears in battle.
They look like human ears.
Yeah, we'd have to cut the top of his ear, and I don't think he'd be happy about that.
No.
No, he was already pretty
No.
angry about the shit.
So, I say we just, we'll do that. We'll stop in at the general store and then just get on up to the castle.
Okay, yeah. You guys make your way over to the general store. It's not quite evening yet, so it's open. What time of day was it? I've sort of lost track. You guys
It was
got
still
back-
midday. Like, none of
Okay,
this should
yeah.
have taken too long.
Okay, yeah.
Hi, I need, a couple of, Halo 3 specials. Tea bags.
The woman sort of chuckles and she goes and gets you some tea.
She's like, I don't get this joke, but it was funny.
Yeah, it was
They were laughing.
It was the delivery that was most humorous.
Context clues.
Yeah. Yeah, she gives you the tea bags and she's like, that'll be 2 copper.
Oh, I got this. I'll pay. I'll pull out like another match coin and hand it to her. There you go.
I wonder if this would make fine tea.
Yep, sure would.
Tea.
And I'm
She goes and immediately begins to brew a cup.
Alright, time for us to leave. This one sounds to be done.
Let's be honest, I'm making the town a better place.
Probably.
There's not that much crime here.
Well, I'm thinking less angry adventurers fighting in the tavern.
Yeah, probably.
If they're all stoned, they're probably just going to be sitting in their couch eating more snacks.
Maybe you guys could get Regitar off of that, too.
The tavern's going to become like the biggest tavern in the entirety of the frontier because everybody's so big they order so much shit the tavern gets rich.
Yeah, the tavern makes a fortune.
Alright, well, unintended consequences aside, it's time we get back.
Yeah, you guys make it there in a little over an hour. Like an hour and a half get you to that first farm, and then like I'll say another hour and a half gets you to the castle just before dark.
Perfect. I'll immediately go to the courtyard then to go speak with the dragon or Thorn, since the gargoyles probably aren't up yet since the sun's still up.
Yeah, they're still in their former positions.
I'd like to follow.
Ah,
I'm gonna prepare silence.
you have returned then.
I have.
Have you brokered the deal?
I have indeed, and I'll pull out the deed title. It's under our names, but for all intents and purposes, it is for you and the gargoyles.
Excellent. We have an accord then. I shall hunt elsewhere.
Do you have somewhere safe that you could put this piece of paper, or should I keep it in the castle until we can find a scroll case or something?
I don't go into the inner portions of the castle. As you can see, it can't accommodate my size. But store it wherever you like.
Fair enough. Well, then our deal here is done. We'll see you around here and there.
Yes.
I'm gonna whisper over to Korgart. Are we gonna make this our new base of operations?
Might as well.
I'm gonna turn to Dragon.
If the gargoyles are okay with that.
I'm gonna turn to Dragon and be like, "Hey, Dragon, this wheat stuff over here. You mind if I grow some here in the plant? Like grow and harvest stuff here like that?
Grow it outside.
Okay, can I take the seeds off those to grow them?
Yes, as long as you don't touch anything in my hoard.
Dragon scale kush.
I will take the wheat plants that have regrown and then stash them away.
Yep, he doesn't move to stop you. And then he takes off to do his usual nightly hunting.
Perfect. Well, head inside, talk to the gargoyles.
Mm-hmm.
You guys hear, as the sun goes down and the last rays of light disappear over beyond the horizon, the sounds of the gargoyles waking up and roaring off into the night.
Oi, boys. Before they start roaring off into the night.
But it was more, they were just like,
I'm gonna let out a mighty down the hall to echo.
you guys hear the sounds of them, like just, and like climbing over the walls, because when they do, they pierce into the stone. And Goliath appears in the hallway at the far end and approaches you. I see you've returned.
I have. You all were asleep, but we had dealings to make concerning the Red Dragon and, well, the town, as I'm sure you probably don't want too many people coming up here for no reason.
Tell me of this deal.
I hand him over the title for the land. Says, I had this made, giving us ownership of it. It's your castle. You're welcome to keep the deed, but it'll keep unwanted people off of your lands and prying eyes away.
This seems good to me. Do you intend to stay here?
If you allow us.
If you'll allow, yes.
Well, if the dragon means no harm, and your lot means no harm, then I can see no problem with this. And it would be nice to once again go to rest at morning, knowing we will be safe until evening.
Yes, the dragon rests in the daytime while you all sleep, protecting you from whatever may be about. While you guys are out at night, he heads off and fucks about.
Some dragons are surprisingly less treacherous than humanity, it
So,
would seem.
Mm-hmm.
This deal is acceptable. And then he reaches out his large stony claw to shake your hand.
I shake the hand and I ask him, "Do you have a good place to store this?"
Probably the keep would be the best location.
Which is...
It looks like a keep. It's in not necessarily the center of the castle. It's towards the back. It's square roughly in structure, and it has the thickest walls of the entire castle. You'll likely find a spot intended to store sensitive items in there.
Is there any suits of armor we have to worry about?
No, only the ones in that particular ballroom come to life. I don't believe I've got your names.
They call me Korgar.
Well met, Korgar. And you,
Carillion.
Carillion? And you?
Osborne. And since we're talking about stuff, you got a greenhouse around here?
What greenhouse?
A building with nothing but windows.
No, we do not.
What about a room that has a lot of windows and gets a lot of sun?
There is the ball.
God damn it.
Alright, guys. You guys go do what you gotta do.
Alright, well, do you intend on clearing that out yourself?
I mean, I can.
I do know of a certain dragon that could just breathe some fire through all the windows.
I prefer you not damage the castle.
It shouldn't damage the castle. Oh, Giddy's. Oh, she's scared of the fireworks. Fair enough. We'll deal with it eventually. I don't know exactly whether magical dancing armors healed themselves? Question mark?
I threw a firebolt at one and it kind of collapsed, so we have that to go off of.
I got this. I'm gonna make my way for a small room.
You can always look. We tend to avoid the room, and they have not ventured out.
Fair enough. We'll deal with that eventually. And I guess we'll head to the keep and make that our base of operations, since you all have what seems like a firm grasp on the main halls.
Very well. If you need anything, they call me Goliath.
Noted.
And then he departs without any further ado, and sails off into the sky.
I'm not heading towards the keep.
No, where are you going?
Towards the ballroom.
Oh god.
Gotcha. You are you going through the same path you did last time towards
Yeah.
that? Okay. How are you going about?
Well, I'm gonna get to the door. Before I open the door, I'm gonna cast Flame Blade.
Okay.
And then I'll open the door and see what's going on. Like, peek through the door.
You peek through, and you see that there's actually a fire lit in the hearth that wasn't there before. And all of the armors have returned to their previous position and appear unharmed.
Even the one that collapsed.
Well, this doesn't seem good. I think this room needs a magical cleansing.
Room kinda sus.
What would you like to do?
I would like to cast Lemon Beast
somebody
into
call
the
the
middle of the room to
police.
see what happens.
Okay, what sort of beast are you summoning?
It's a good sacrificial beast. I'm gonna send it's a sheep.
You summon a sheep, and it walks into the room, and nothing happens. And then it goes over and it starts trying to chew on the carpet, and the one with the great axe steps forward and it splits the sheep in half. And then it returns to its position. But not before it goes into like a little like servant's closet and it cleans up the blood from the sheep so it doesn't stain into the carpet.
Huh.
Well, it's like a spiritual beast, so there's no blood.
Oh. It doesn't know that.
I'm pretty sure it just disappears after he chops it in half. I wonder. I'm gonna go around and see if I can find like empty barrels and stuff, empty boxes.
Yeah, you find that plenty.
I'm gonna walk in the room with the empty box and put it in the room and see what happens.
They don't react to the empty box at all.
Okay. Go outside and grab dirt, pour it in the box, but making sure not to dirty the room, like carefully pouring it in the box.
Okay. Yeah, you very expertly put this dirt into the box without dropping a single grain of it onto the ground. With these fireworks today,
Nothing happens.
nothing happens.
I'm gonna plant the wheat seeds in the box.
Okay, yeah, they're planted. You can push it up by one of the large windows, and it should provide enough light.
That's what I'm gonna do. And I'm gonna walk out and lock the door again. Be like, I found magical guards. You guys gotta be very careful. I've got one in the house.
Yeah, they leave you alone. Your weed is now planted.
And protected.
What are you doing, Carillion? Are you inspecting the castle? Are you meditating? Are you doing things with your ghost hand? What are you doing?
Just gonna walk along the wall.
Ooh, we got someone in the chat.
Ooh.
Hello, welcome to
Hey, I
the
found a new
chat.
greenhouse.
Oh, you got a gargoyle mini.
Yep.
Fantastic.
I was like, I knew I just got one.
Convenient.
Yeah, I found my new greenhouse.
Yeah, what are you doing, Carillion?
Did you clear it?
Nope.
I'm gonna walk along the wall by my lonesome.
So I carefully
You do that,
made like a plot
and you see a grappling
and
hook
thing, and they didn't do
fly
anything.
up over the wall in
Cool, they
front
can
of
guard
it.
it, and as long as I don't make the mess,
And
I'm
it sort
good.
of slides
Why not?
along, and it goes chink, and it wedges itself.
I don't assume I know who it is, but I'm not going to at the same time. I'm gonna pull up my longbow just in case.
Okay.
Yeah.
You see the rope go taut, as if someone's climbing from the top, and you can hear the scuff of metal boots against the wall as the individual ascends.
Who is it?
And then you see a familiar face pop over the wall with a pair of metal ears.
God damn it, Orion. You
And-
could have just went to the front door.
Well, I didn't know that.
How?
Well, I'm not explaining myself, damn it. I wanted to climb the wall, and here I am.
Sure, yeah.
He scrambles up over the wall, and he expertly wraps up his grappling hook. He's like, I paid good money for this, and I haven't used it once until the other day. So I was just a little
Sure.
eager.
Okay. I mean, you knew we had the deed.
Yes, but I didn't know if you had explained the situation to our friends, and I didn't want to be seen by myself.
I think they would remember you.
But now, in hindsight, perhaps I shouldn't have climbed up the wall, since this is where they hang out. I
Yeah.
don't see any of them.
They flew off for the night.
I wonder if they hunt like normal creatures.
I don't know. I haven't bothered to ask.
Where's the others? Osborne and Kyogar.
Osborne ran off by himself. I don't know where Kiergaard went.
Kyogar!
Oh,
Ah, there you are.
hello.
Where are you? Are you upstairs, downstairs?
Places. All of them.
Ah. Have you made the deal?
Deal's been made. The keep towards the south end of the back end of the castle is ours.
All right, I'll go find myself a bedroom then.
Fair enough.
And he struts off towards the keep.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys could do whatever you want. There's nothing immediately interesting happening.
Yeah, I might go clean my room too, Dan. Gonna make sure Orion doesn't take a good one.
Along the way to the keep, you pass by what actually appears to have once been an armory. Would you like to check that out?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you go in there and there's weapons of almost every kind in pretty decent repair. But what catches your eye is a very sturdy looking longbow that sort of shimmers faintly in the light.
It shimmers. I'm gonna go and pick it up. Do I
Hey!
immediately notice anything about it?
You sort of like feel it has some sort of energy to it. When you go ahead to give it a test draw, an arrow appears in your hand.
Ooh.
It's considered a +1 longbow, but a magic +1 that refills its ammunition and shoots magic arrows.
Who tracks arrows?
Not him anymore. If he ever did. I tracked them while we were in Avernus because I knew resource management was part of that whole thing.
I track arrows all the time.
Yeah.
Let's see. +1 longbow. Let's see if someone can upgrade that a little bit.
Yeah. Quick what up to RP Thrice. Good to see you.
Welcome, RP Thrice. It's good to have you on board.
One of the homies that I've been talking about that was talking D&D.
Okay. I don't know if I mentioned this, Osborne, but if you take time and like downtime to meditate and practice your singing, you may eventually unlock further abilities with that sacred knowledge you've attained.
Okay. Well, I gotta find my room. Is there any nice looking garbage piles or anything around here?
There is not, but you pass briefly through what used to be the what used to be the garden, and you find some very soft looking moss that's growing on the walls that you may be able to cultivate using your new abilities with plants.
Alright, I'll take some down and go find an empty room.
There's plenty of empty rooms. This is a pretty big castle.
I don't care. I'm just gonna find the first empty room I find because I don't really care about the rooms.
Gotcha. Yeah, you find one on the first floor of the keep.
And then I'll sit the moss down and sing to it.
You sing, and the magic reverberates through the building, and it begins to grow, and it spreads across the floor, covering the entirety of it. It's soft, almost like a shag carpet, but it has a fresh, earthy smell.
Works for me. That'll be my room.
All right. Yeah, you guys now have one by castle.
Cool. We should get the big fucking Whiz Kids tower for the keep part.
That would be pretty cool.
I think I know somebody that has one of those.
I know you know somebody that has one, but I would prefer to own it and not have to ask that certain person.
Is it a certain person who was impregnated by a spider and exploded?
Yes.
I thought so.
Well,
Spiders are dangerous.
yeah. I'm gonna go in the keep and try to find the largest room.
It's actually up towards the top. You find a pretty large room. It looks like the proprietor of this castle once occupied it. It's got a huge bed, although the sheets are rotten and look like they've been eaten by moths. But most of the furniture is relatively intact despite its age, although the entire place is covered with dust that immediately throws you into a sneezing fit.
Well, I'll just have to clean
You
it,
have to give her a little cleaning.
throw away the sheets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's my room, though.
Why do the sheets stand still when moved? Crusty.
As you pass by the mirror, you briefly see something staring out at you from the mirror, and then it vanishes.
Do I just see something moving, or do I notice what it is? What it was.
You only see the movement. You're not entirely sure what it was.
I want to face the mirror towards the wall, so I don't see that again.
Yeah,
What if you
you
face the mirror into another mirror?
yeah. Mirror reception.
Yeah.
Yeah, you turn the mirror around, and now whatever spookiness is in the mirror is none of your business.
Yep. That's how you deal with that situation.
Ah,
Hopefully.
very clever.
It sure was. The
You
voice
hear this?
inside my head.
Yeah, the voice once again whispering to you. Although you notice it's a bit stronger than it has been previously.
This is unsettling.
So you found a castle. Excellent.
Why is it excellent?
Worry not. You'll find
No,
out soon enough.
I would rather find out now. Why?
It's unfortunate. And the voice fades.
Well, that was strange.
Yeah, I'm gonna go find a room, and I'm looking for a room that's like lower in the castle or lower in the keep, like not a top floor room or anything, like a base floor. That way, if something happens, I can bust on out and just full dick swinging straight out of bed, fucking fight them off.
You find exactly what you're looking for.
Perfect. I strip and test my theory. As I run to the door with only my current shield and my hammer equipped, nothing else.
You run out, and one of the gargoyles happened to be stalking down the hall, and he just sort of looks at you, and he just turns around and he stalks the other way. Like he's just.
I'm like, boy, you don't wear any clothes either.
If they have loincloths.
Note to self, loincloth, optional. And then I'm like timing myself doing drills, like bursting out of my room and fucking.
Yeah, you now have you'll have advantage if someone gets the drop on you in your room since you've run drill, but only once. So remember it.
Going advantage on initiative for bedroom. This will come in handy later too. This is a special tool. We'll save for later.
What are you doing, Osborne? Just hanging out in your moss room?
Yeah, I'm gonna let Selleck make his spider webs to catch the bugs.
Yeah, Selleck makes a gorgeous web over in the corner. It's going to likely catch any bugs that go through, so you don't need to worry about those.
Oh, I don't care about the bugs. I'm gonna make sure he's fed.
He actually he doesn't just make a web. He makes like a tunnel, like a little lair out of web, and he just sort of like crawls into it. He's quite comfortable. Do you still have your possum friend too?
No, I remember I let him loose on the farm.
Ah, okay, that's
To
right.
eat ticks and scream.
I was thinking
Ice
about keeping,
cream.
keeping a possum friend to guard my weed at the alley.
What?
He's gonna guard the weed at the in the
Oh.
alley.
Fair enough.
I should have kept
One thing-
Guard's gonna try to chop it down. There's just a screaming possum. Just
It just had him attack his face.
oh, I could imagine that actually happening too. That's the worst part.
You hear a knock at your door at Borgar.
1 second, and I put on my loincloth.
Oi, Borgar, you in there?
Yeah, come on in. And I'm sitting there like in a chair I found like this with the loincloth.
Orion just sort of looks at you and he's like, "Oh, hold on. It's not the worst thing I've seen, but my lord." Anyways, I found this weird note. You want to take a look at it?
Yeah, sure.
He hands it to you, and it has a
It's me.
like
read.
it has like it's very thick, fine paper, and it almost glows in the light exactly so that there's enough light in the room to read it if you were someone who needed that additional aid. And it's a letter from hell inviting you to a grand party down in her realm. Should you ever find your way down there recently, they're expecting a very important guest here soon.
Where'd you find this?
Well, there was just sort of like a big hole in the ground that smelled like a graveyard, and this was floating right over it, just, in midair.
Yeah, that fits the MO. We've met her before. Don't worry about it.
So are you going? I'm not sure I want to go down to her realm.
Yeah. I don't see any reason not to attend. Especially, well, when you're invited by a god, you kind of just, you go with it.
Alright, well, how are we gonna get down there?
Good question. Consult map.
I was gonna get
It looks like the road to hell itself would take you a considerable amount of time to reach. You're gonna have to find some way to get down there without actually physically traveling there, unless you want to go across the whole death road. The last time you did that, even in the dream realm, was quite dangerous.
I'm gonna try something weird, just like thinking it out in my head. Alright, do you actually, you know what? I do. I have pen and ink.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna take out an ink pot and a quill, dip it in, and I'm gonna reply like, we accept your invitation on the letter, and then I'm gonna fold it up and like, and go.
It's sort of like a hole opens up in the ground and it just gets like sucked down into the hole, and then it closes up almost faster than you could blink.
Alright, well, that was kind of what I was hoping to have happen, but I wasn't expecting it to happen in that manner. So, I guess we should talk to the others. As we're probably gonna be there pretty soon.
Perhaps. I think that would be wise.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go to each of their rooms. A, to see where they've found to set up shop, and B, to inform them of the invitation.
Yeah, you find each of them. Corellian's fucking around with their fancy new bow, or whatever she wants to do with her ghost hand.
Oh, I was gonna start moving the mirror out outside the room.
Yeah, the evil mirror.
Elf lady, as I look at what's with the mirror.
Voices.
We'll ask more questions about that at a later time. But we have an invitation from hell to go to hell.
You're cordially invited.
So,
It's to a party.
okay.
She said it was a big guest.
How does she expect us to get down there?
I'm assuming there's gonna be some form of transportation because I wrote on the message, or I wrote on the letter that we accepted it, and I let it go and it just poofed through a different dimension. So I'm assuming that that's about how that's gonna work.
Okay, so important guest, I assume, is it gonna be like a formal party? Or...
I would suppose so. I guess prepare yourself for whatever and stuff.
Boy, lads, I don't think she's gonna kill us, do you?
I wouldn't see why she would.
Well, that is one very quick way to end up down there. Although I suppose you do still have to walk, unless they burn you with a mode of transportation. That is how that works, right? You're a man of God.
I believe so, but we don't exactly. Unless a boat appears in the Great Hall, I don't think we have to worry about that.
I feel like a boat would be a poor vessel to go on the road to hell.
You would expect so, but I've heard many people taking boats. Maybe they just pilot it through the oceans of the dead.
Could you imagine how terrifying that would be? You just found yourself dead. You're walking along a cold, lonely road with a bunch of other dead people that are equally sad, and then a boat sails over you.
I could see it being concerning and upsetting, however, sucks to be them.
I think a boat.
Peasants get to walk.
I think a boat flying over your head is the least of your concerns at that point.
Well, I mean, you don't have many concerns left apart from going to hell.
Exactly.
If you're not bad, I don't think they treat you poorly. It's just a sad place.
Yeah, I don't think Hell wants to kill us, but I also don't know why she wants us to meet this guest.
I'm actually surprised you've met the goddess of death herself.
No, I think we
That's,
forgot to mention that.
I mentioned it already.
No, we also met the World Tree.
You met?
We mentioned that as well. We have.
That must have slipped my mind, or perhaps I didn't process it.
Yeah.
The world tree.
I gave him the really horrible rendition of my story.
Yeah.
That's right. Right.
Well, I guess prepare your Thor stays best, and I'm gonna go attend to the druid.
Sure, I have those.
I'm sure if you look around in the castle, you could probably find some old finery.
Most likely.
I'm gonna go find him at that point.
Okay. As you're leaving, Orion just sort of like grabs the mirror and he's like, "What's all this?"
You can have it if you want.
And he sort of like turns it around and puts it against the wall so that he could see it. And there's a giant wolf-like eye staring out of it. And it looks at both of you. It blinks once and then it vanishes.
Yeah, that's why it's leaving the room.
I'm gonna religion check that mirror.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, that was actually good. Thanks. Let's see. I'm not used to having to know like such random skills that I actually use with this. With my bard, it was just things and stuff, like performance, pretty much. Where the fuck is religion? Oh, okay. 16.
The mirror itself has no particular religious significance, and you've never come across any holy or magic objects that have these particular traits. But you don't. Yeah, that was definitely a wolf's eye, and you know only so many wolves of legend that exist in the world.
Definitely a strange magic of some sort. I say, Orion, find a way to deal with that, please.
I was just gonna set it outside.
I would say give it to the dragon, but I don't know if I really want a dragon to be corrupted by whatever may be inside of that.
I also don't want to break it.
You hear a voice.
Do we have a large attic or any particularly difficult to find rooms that certain staircases would only go to in certain reasons?
Put it in the.
Yeah, there's definitely a place like that somewhere in the castle.
We need
Let's
to
talk
find
about Harry Potter with the mirror.
Put it in the room with the armor.
That's a fine idea.
That's a good idea.
You hear a voice.
Nope,
whispering
not
to
gonna do that now. Definitely not
Oh,
doing
yeah,
that.
it only whispered to Carillion.
I'm just gonna say, no, we're not gonna break it.
Alright, noted. And then I'm gonna go find him. I'm gonna look to Carillion. Oh, I say we put it in the room with the spiders and the armor. Not much gonna want to bother anything in there.
I agree.
Alright, and I'm gonna heft it underneath my arms carefully and gently. And I'll have Orion grab the back and take it up to his room to go find him.
Okay. Yeah, you guys do so.
Friend, we have an invitation from the gods.
Oh, to do what?
A 10-day party.
Oh, when?
Undetermined, but we've accepted the invitation. It could be any moment now.
Does that mean I have to take a bath?
Yes.
It would be preferred, and also please do not hug her. No hugging this one.
Perhaps we should go to town to freshen up and buy proper attire, especially for this one.
Can I take my spider?
Hell's already met him before. I don't think she'll worry too much about his particular mannerisms.
I mean,
Can-
for our sake, Korgar. For the sake of my nose.
We can try, but he's just gonna roll around and shit
Would
again.
there not be a bathing hall here in this castle somewhere?
There
Probably
probably
not one in function.
No, I was gonna say there probably is, but there's no water in there. I'd imagine.
There's not a well.
We
Great
have
water spell.
like,
Over and over again.
I suppose that would work. There must be some sort of tub or bathing area around here.
No, just do it right here. I'm just gonna strip naked.
Alright then, give me a moment to prepare this. And I'm gonna go to like my cleric book since we're not really like you could kind of consider this like downtime, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna flip through my book, prepare it real quick. Right on, bro. See you in a second. He's switching over to his laptop.
Oh, all right.
Anyway. Yeah, I'll prepare it real quick. 30 gallons of water on him.
Yeah, you're fresh and clean. Are you just like spraying it on him, or did you actually like seek out a tub? Because there's
Like you said, do it right here.
I mean, I got
So I did.
It's right in the middle of the hall.
Well, no, in the middle of my room, I got moss floor.
Okay,
so
yeah,
you
yeah,
can soak
that's
up the
fine.
water.
That's good for the moss
Yeah,
anyway.
exactly. That's why I just said do it right here.
I'm glad you guys didn't already go to like the big ballroom with the armor and spray water all over the floor because they might have taken exception to that.
It would have just been cleaning it.
They don't care. It would have
Don't have him destroy my fucking pot now.
Plus,
water damaged
Yeah.
the carpet.
it would have watered his plants, and it would have maybe rusted the armor. Well, anyway,
Perhaps.
we need to keep this where you're growing your stuff.
Oh, okay.
It's dangerous, we think.
All right, I'm just gonna keep. I'll just walk naked towards the ballroom.
Get dressed. We don't know when we're going to hell.
I just assumed you were always naked. I just didn't
No,
know.
You know, now that I think about it, I kind of want to always assume that too. Like maybe a loincloth,
Something
and,
like that,
a vest
yeah.
with some pockets.
No, technically I have leather armor. It's just like leather and animal fur and stuff like that.
So you don't have any proper clothes on. You're just like you have random patches of animal.
Like so, like no, it's like actual like leather armor. It's just got like kind of like Viking gear. You know, it's not made of metal or anything. It's just fur and leather. And all that.
Gotcha.
I guess that would make sense.
Yeah,
It would almost make sense if it was like patchwork leathers
Yeah.
from different animals.
I mean, it is kind of, but it
That way you
molds
didn't
well
waste a
together.
single one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like it's molded together pretty well.
Something's really gross.
Yeah, I don't know what Chelsea's doing. All right. Then I guess we'll head down, store that mirror, and then I'll go get dressed in like my newly acquired plate, and I'll adorn my nice like priest vestments over top of that.
Okay.
What do
Yeah,
I
you
wear?
look quite stunning.
Yeah, at this point, I'll say that my character looks now like I have the character art for.
I'm gonna look at you. I'm gonna be like, what am I supposed to wear?
Your best.
I only have one pair of clothes, and they smell pretty bad.
They were sitting next to you when I dumped 30 gallons of water on you.
I mean, there was that clothes store in town that made the giant sexy gear for the flesh.
I thought the clothes store was closed though when he went earlier.
No, that was the leather.
The leather
Oh,
store.
okay. That's why I hadn't. Well, can we look around to see if there's any like old finery in the hall before we do that?
Oh yeah, there's no particular rush. It's nighttime. You guys could even
Yeah.
leave and just depart. There was
Well,
no date
figured-
listed on the
yeah.
invitation.
Well, I just figured since like the sheets were just eaten by moths and stuff, like the clothes would probably be the same way.
Not
If
with
it was
mothballs.
in, yeah, if it was in a dresser or a wardrobe, not in the open, like maybe
Yeah,
I
maybe.
think moths get in all kinds of shit though.
they
Like,
can, but I've never heard of them really getting into something sealed.
I haven't, but I've also, people had mothballs in their closets and chests for a reason. I'm assuming they could get in all kinds of places.
I guess so.
I mean,
Well, either way, I rolled 23 on investigation to look for finery.
You find some nice clothes, but none of it would fit Osborne. It would need to be modified.
Would it fit either him or her or myself or Orion?
Yeah, it would fit you guys. It looks like it could use a cleaning and maybe some sewing, but otherwise it's well made.
I'm gonna cast mending on it because I have the mending cantrip.
Gotcha. You cast mending, and it just sort of puts itself back together. Now it just smells a little musty. You'll want to air it out, and it will be ready for you to go when you need it.
Sweet. Oh, at this point, I'll give Orion the tea sachets that we purchased for his scent hiding pleasure.
Ah, now I smell glorious.
If you put them under your armpits, whenever your human smell comes out, it'll just smell like tea.
I could do that. He goes ahead and he removes the tea bags that he attached to like the tits of his breastplate, and then he's gonna like he doesn't actually have tits on his breastplate, but that's about the
I thought
location.
about like the female armor from Adventure Time.
Oh, the
Yeah.
armor.
Your armor is not very.
That's good. Should
Yeah.
do that for a side quest where you go fight a ghost and you need some ghost-proof armor.
Then you call the
Anyways.
ghost mom. All right. Well,
Oh man, looks like we're about at our 10-minute break, actually a little bit past. So we'll go ahead and cut it here, at least for 10 minutes. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll be right back.
perfect.
Hello and welcome back to Ales and Scales D&D. I am your DM once again, Randy Royce. And a brief recap of the last hour. Our brave heroes are at their brand new castle. They've made a deal with the gargoyles and the dragon, and they've set up their rooms. The only other thing of event is they found a really creepy mirror, which they placed into another room so the spookiness wouldn't be next to them when they slept. And They also got an invitation to a party from Hell, the goddess of death herself. So, what are you guys doing?
I think we're returning the clothes or something.
Well, yeah, I guess since we've handled this, I think it's time we get to bed, take a nap, go into town tomorrow, wash up these fine clothes we found, and maybe we can fucking either trade him for something better or get him fancied up and get him something commissioned as well.
He probably can't show up like that at Hell's party. She would not appreciate that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Alright, yeah. You guys rest up and nothing crazy happens during the night. Probably because it's guarded by night by a bunch of fearsome gargoyles.
I don't hear any voices.
Yeah, no voices tonight. Not anymore, anyways. And then, with the spooky mirror being removed from your room, you have no fear of that. It appears the rest of the room is not haunted.
Cool.
Yeah, the sun rises. The gargoyles assume their usual fearsome positions up on the crenellations, and Thorn returns from his evening hunt to check on his stash.
Morning to you.
Well met. Would you like to see my new things?
Sure, I like things.
He sort of like moves his wing, and there's a whole cart there with sort of like a cover over it. It's actually a fairly nice cart too. Like it's got like silver linings on the wheels. It looks like it might have belonged to some sort of noble.
Well, that's cool. Where'd you get that?
It was along the road.
Abandoned?
Well, not quite abandoned.
It was after I got done with it.
It wasn't near Willowdale.
Well, that's all I care about.
Is there someone out there? You hear a voice, a woman's voice come from inside the cart.
Is there a woman inside of that car?
Ah, I thought you might ask about the woman. But yes, there may be.
May we talk to her?
That's fine. As long as she stays in the pile.
Hello there, fair maiden.
Who is that?
Don't worry about names or specifics right now. The better question is, who are you?
I'm not sure if I should tell you my name. Are you in league with the dragon?
We're friends. He's not an asshole, I can tell you that much. You just happened to be in the cart and he wanted the cart.
Okay, so can I leave then?
We'll work on that.
Thorn sort of looks at you and he's like, she may go, but the cart stays.
Alright, lady, you're free to go.
She steps out of the cart, and she appears to be a noble or a princess of some kind, and she's attired, as you might imagine, in a very fine dress. And she has like a long blonde hair that's all braided, and the braid falls all the way down to her waist. She's like, many thanks for not killing me, and not letting the dragon kill me. Hello?
Yeah, just trying my best.
Where am I?
A couple hours outside Willowdale.
Yeah,
Willowdale.
indeed.
All the way south past the forest.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anyway, you lot can take me back to the name of the town. Let me look
Is
at
it the fucking girl from the goddamn Dreamscape?
You look really familiar to me.
Oh god.
Don't worry about that. A lot of people think I look familiar, but I'm an orc, so
It's an orc thing.
yeah.
Most of the court
I'm
are-
from the Crimson Wild. Maybe I saw you in a dream or something.
Probably not. Whoever you saw probably didn't have great plate armor like this.
No, they had much worse armor than that.
I figured so.
Might have met an orc named Treshtar.
Yeah, maybe
You
Trap
gotta
Star.
hit it on Trap Star. Maybe I did. Oh no, it's coming to me now. I don't think it was you. I met a group of adventurers. I was trapped in some sort of dream realm. I almost got murdered by a bunch of creatures, but I was able to get away. Really hope I never meet them again.
Sound like assholes.
Yeah, that sounds totally unrelated to anything that we've ever done. Strange.
Don't know what a dream roll is.
You seem stressed out, Princess. Here, I'm gonna give her like a hash coin. With your stress.
What do I do with this?
Eat it.
It's a plant.
Small bites. It's really good for anxiety and things.
She sort of like tucks it away in her dress and doesn't eat it right away.
Fair enough. I suppose we could escort you back north.
For price.
We'll manage that when we come to it. We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Oh, maybe we could take her to the party.
I don't think she wants to go to that party.
Doubt it.
No more of that. She doesn't need to know about that, friend. Well, we were getting ready to go to town to get better fine clothes, or trade some of them, if you'd like to come with us.
I'm gonna whisper to Corver, do you want to take her to the town when she knows about the dragon?
And then I look to her. The only condition is you cannot speak of where you've been or the dragon. He's claimed the cart, and by the accord that I've made with him, it's in his staff pile now. It's kind of finders keepers rules.
Well, I suppose I won't say anything about the dragon. I suppose.
That's good, because if you did, well, I don't know how north you'd get.
I figured that may have been the case.
Mr. Krillin, I think if she did, she'd be at the party with us.
Maybe.
I've definitely seen a gentleman like you before, although I can't really place it.
Was he naked like me?
He was similar in stature.
I figured all your people were naked all the time. This was my assumption.
Well, luckily she may not recognize him because it was a wee bit cold when she saw him last.
Yeah. Well, she accepts your guys' offer to escort her to town. She could probably get her own passage from there, being a noble of some kind.
I'll go gather all my goods. Though, before we head out to town, I'm gonna grab that ring that I had and see if the dragon can identify it.
You want to show a dragon?
Yeah,
ring?
you pull out the drink. The drink.
The dragon?
Yeah, give me a moment to recollect myself. Everybody shame? Shame! Alright, the shame is passed. You pull out the ring, and the dragon sort of like points one golden eye at it, and he licks his lips, and he's like, is this a gift?
No, that wasn't the intent. I'm more curious to see if you know what it is.
It looks like a ring.
Well, yes, it is a ring. I know that it's magical in some way, and I know that dragons, being great creatures in immense levels of magic, tend to have knowledge of these things.
Yes, I am quite grand. Let me see the ring. And he sort of like reaches out his claws so that you may place it around one of his, his fingernail. Yeah. He looks at it and he's like, this is a lucky ring. Here's what it does. It gives you the effects of the lucky feat.
Outstanding. I definitely need this, friend. Though, I will bring you a gift on another tale, or on another travel.
I shall eagerly await this gift.
Outstanding.
And then he goes and he sort of like caresses the card. And like curls up his sleeve because he's been out hunting all day. And all the way across the continent, apparently.
Fair enough. I mean, I would assume that the latent airspeed velocity of a red dragon would be pretty high.
Yeah, and I mean, what was it? I want to say Crimson Wild is like 8 days away from where you are by foot. He could probably fly there pretty quick without the hindrance of terrain.
Well, alright. To town?
Yeah, do we have the clothes?
Yeah, I've got the clothes in my bag.
No, I have no clothes on right now.
Yeah. Should probably get you some.
Well,
That's why we were going to town.
Oh, yeah.
Orion walks up and he's like, perhaps you should put on your fur armor before we depart.
I mean, I could.
It looked like a baby's arm holding an apple.
It's really unsettling.
And why is it blue?
I mean, have you not?
It's such a stark contrast to the red of the hair.
Oh no. Why did you describe it?
You're welcome.
Hey, why is my hair red? My head hair's yellow.
Fine. The blue and gold contrast is not
It's a weird color combination and no one's comfortable with it.
It'll be all right.
No.
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 You're gonna want to put clothes on. We're traveling with a fair maiden from a distant land. One that may have monies. And I say this not looking at her.
All right, I'll put my stinky clothes back on, but I'm not taking another bath.
That's fine for now.
Suppose we have time before that.
Well, once again, we will handle that when the time comes.
All right. Well, without further ado, are you guys departing?
Yeah, we'll make our like hour and a half trek over to Willowdale and stop in at the clothes shop.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch the whole way, considering I never tried out the clothes.
Yeah, that's fine. You guys
He
get about
makes it squeak and squeak, 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 squeak as he walks with the boots.
He does. As you guys get about halfway, you guys briefly glance up at the sun, and the area around you gets exceedingly bright. So bright that you briefly have to close your eyes. And then when you open your eyes, you're standing in a gorgeous field full of lush green grass, filled with innumerable flowers that are absolutely radiant. And you can see, not too far off in the distance, what appear to be several of the gods themselves making merry in the middle of the field.
Alright, no time like the present, and I'm gonna take like the nice fine clothes and put it on over my armor, and I'm gonna pass it to him.
I guess we'll try to do the same.
You place the fine clothes over your armor, and it looks a little bulky because they're not designed to be worn over armor, but it does look better than your armor by itself.
I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna take some of my holy incense out of my priest pack, and I'm gonna give him a stick, and myself, and I'm gonna light each of them and just kind of walk them around our clothing real quick.
Oh, I smell. I don't like the smell.
It's a fine smell. It's herbs.
Is it sage? I like sage.
It's sage and other things.
I'll take sage.
Okay. And I walked him the same way that someone would walk with like a censer.
Gotcha. You guys all smell pretty good. And are you guys going to like walk over to that area where the gods are at play?
Yeah.
I'll squish over there.
As you guys walk over there, you see Balder, the god of light himself, smiling and laughing in the center of some of his godly companions. And you see several of them raise their weapons and throw them with violent intent at Balder. And the weapons, they stop in midair and fall to the ground, as if they're unwilling to strike him.
I'll clap.
All the gods joy and make merry, except for two of them that are standing off to the distance, quite by themselves, one of them looking a little bit forlorn.
Not gonna lie to you guys, I don't know exactly how to approach this situation, so
How do
we're
we-
just gonna do so.
I'm
How
just
do we
gonna-
walk
so
up to
I'm gonna clap like the other
multiple
gods.
gods?
You start clapping with the gods, and one with a glorious looking hammer turns around and he eyes you. He's like, "Ah, some mortals have made it to the field. Come forth, friends, come. Join in our merrymaking."
Okay.
All right. Is the one with the hammer the one that's sitting right there on the table?
Yes, it's Thor himself, and you recognize him
Put my
both from.
beautiful miniature that I painted out.
Hold on, let me put it in front of the camera so they can get a good look at the mini and admire the work. Let me see. This is Thor. And this is the god that stands before you amongst the other gods. Come, friends, come forth. Now, here's the game. Take your weapons and throw them as hard as you can at Balder.
Not to be that guy, but I swore an oath that I would never do such a thing.
Yes, you and all of the things that walk, crawl, and fly, and those that don't. That's part of the fun, friend.
I'm gonna pull out my Morning Star, cast Chalet, and then throw it at the guy.
You do so. Go ahead and roll a hit.
He told me to do it, so 18.
It's an outstanding throw. This thing whistles as it flies through the air, but it stops just short of Balder and falls to the ground.
I'm gonna start clapping as it does.
And so do all the other gods. They all clap and have a laugh about it. Balder is absolutely radiant as he laughs. The area seems more bright for his joy.
I'm not comfortable with trying to do this to a god,
Well,
but
the gods have never stood me wrong before. Wait.
they have.
And I look at Thor. I look directly at Thor as I'm saying this. Before I draw my hammer and I give it a mighty yeet.
Give it the yeet.
I don't do so very mightily.
It's not a great throw, and it falls short, but not because of anything that you did. You just missed, and all the gods clap and laugh all the same. They're like, "Good try, good try."
Oh yeah. I totally didn't slip.
I'm gonna look at the blonde-haired guy, Thor, obviously. I'm gonna be like, I need to know the weapon. Can I borrow that?
Thor
hammer?
has red hair, doesn't he?
Red.
Yeah, Thor has red hair. The one with blonde hair is Balder.
Okay. I'm gonna look at him and be like, can I borrow that hammer? I need something else to throw.
He's like, "Sure, you may try," and he sets it upon the ground for you.
Me not knowing any of the mythology, will just try to pick it up.
You try, and it's surprisingly resilient. It doesn't budge at first. You try harder, and with the same results. Nothing you do seems to even budge the hammer slightly.
Hey, and I'm gonna whisper into Ozzy. You can't pick that hammer up. Most of us probably can't. I'll try, but it's not shouldn't be possible.
That's unfair.
It doesn't have to be fair, and it's.
Would
not
you give it
fair.
a try, Kilgar?
I will. And I just go and I attempt to pick it up like I would attempt to pick up my own hammer.
It gives a slight budge, but other than that, it doesn't move.
I like how.
Boy, I budged it.
Sure, yeah, you're more.
You were
righteous than me,
watching Thor's
Cobra.
face as he did so, and he very briefly had a look of worry as the hammer budged. But he's like, "Good try, good try." Anyone else?
I want to reach out with my ghosty hand and try to pick it up.
Go ahead, yeah. Give me a strength check.
Oh god.
I like how you're more
Ooh,
righteous than
16.
me.
That wasn't bad.
You give it a mighty go,
Pantheon.
but the hammer doesn't budge in the slightest.
Well, I tried.
Mine-
At that very
I'd be
moment-
more righteous than that.
Balder, the god of light himself, approaches you. He's like, "What is your name?"
Brilliant.
Perillion, there's a darkness about you. I can see it hovering in the air. Actually above all of you, but most prominently above you.
Tell them about the mirror.
Maybe it's shadows.
There is a voice that speaks to me.
Did you travel through... I can't remember what the mortals call it. There's a forest to the north of the mountainous region. At the edge of, I believe you call it the frontier?
The Twilight Forest? Is that what you're talking about?
There's a section of the forest that's had a darkness hovering over it. It's similar to what is about you, but allow me. And he goes ahead and he places his hand firmly on your brow, and you feel all of the darkness as well as all of your fatigue and all of your worry and anxiety leave your body. And then he goes and does the same to each of you.
Delightful.
That voice has completely been removed from you. Like, it's almost as if a weight has been lifted off your shoulders.
It feels a lot better.
Well, that's good. What was that? That rake creature or whatever?
Sounded like it. It was getting louder.
Well, good thing we happen to be here. Is this the party we were intended to be invited to?
Just at that very moment, you guys hear something whistling through the air,
I'd
and
like
a
to use a
spear
reaction.
thrusts its way straight through Balder's chest, and he falls down to his knees, grasping at the spear.
What the hell?
What is this?
I don't know, but it doesn't look good.
Thanks for
I
saying the
go to
obvious.
the doctor for that one.
The gods go and they try to tend to Balder, but he falls there on the ground,
That's
dead.
the restoration. That's the restoration.
And you guys look over in the direction that the spear was thrown, and you see a figure walking off in the distance, and one standing there with a shocked look on their face. It's Hodor, the god of darkness, the blind brother of Balder. He's standing as if he was the one who cast the fatal projectile.
I'm just standing there in awe, disbelief, and confusion. I'm watching my senpais kill each other.
Thor turns over and he looks at the god of darkness and he's like, "You!" And then suddenly there's the loud crack of thunder and everything turns dark and you find yourself standing once again in the regular field halfway to town.
Well, that was an interesting.
So, is the darkness still lifted from us? Or-
Yes, it is.
I'm gonna look around, like where we're standing, to see if anything has changed.
In your immediate vicinity, no. It looks exactly as it is right before you guys finished.
So,
We need to talk to the guild, and I need to talk to the clergy.
so those, what do you call them, Valkyrie? That's what they're trying to prevent?
I'm gonna assume so.
Roll me insight,
7.
Well,
each of you. Roll me insight.
because I remember they came around, 10.
5. I wouldn't know anything anyway.
God damn.
It's like, I did the first time.
I'd say with the 10, you were smart enough to realize, since you've seen it, that spear was made out of mistletoe. At least the branch of a tree from mistletoe. And you could only recognize it because there was still a single leaf attached to it.
I wanna
That
search
is
through my
concerning.
bag and then pull out the Danger of the Mistletoe book that I still have. And then, like, I don't know if this helps, but
So mistletoe is kryptonite.
Dear Mother of God.
Plural.
We need to speak to the guild. I'm gonna look back for the lady that's with us. Come along, my lady. We have pressing matters to deal with.
So you guys sort of noticed that she's no longer there. You may not have noticed when you zapped away, but she did not appear in that realm with you. So she appeared, she wandered off on her own.
Okay, well then I guess we'll just start going towards town and see if we find her there.
I guess we're not getting paid for that one.
Fair enough.
That's fine. Luckily, it's a safe road.
Yeah, and she didn't really offer any pay anyways.
True.
She had no reason to pay you guys. All you guys, as for all she knows, you guys sent the dragon to kidnap her.
I mean, we didn't do that.
Oh, I know you didn't do it. She doesn't fucking know. She just got picked up in her carriage and ended up in a dragon horde, almost a permanent part of it.
I would like the dragon to canonically have the tits.
No, no kitty dragons. I refuse to drop it. Shane.
It's so horrendous.
All right, yeah. It takes you guys no more than an hour to get to town, and Meat Shield's on duty. He greets you guys as you walk up, and he's like, "Welcome back."
Thanks. You see some fancy lady pass through here.
Oh yeah, she was in quite a hurry.
Oh, alright. Well, good enough then. Let's go to the guild.
Anything crazy happen on the most recent adventures?
Nope, not a single thing.
Ah,
Wait, what
that
about-
was a quick response.
Everything is
but
fine.
okay.
Yeah, we've had a rather mundane time lately.
Very well. Keep your secrets.
Why not?
Alright then, just keep your secrets.
Just
Yeah,
No.
I'll bid him a fair day and hurry along to the...
You make the same observation whoever saw him earlier did. He's got much finer equipment now, so his side adventuring is actually going pretty well. Perhaps his friendship with the Muffin Man and those other adventurers has been paying off for him.
Well, he hasn't died yet, so
Yeah, it's true.
must be a pretty good meat shield.
Are you guys headed straight to the tavern?
Guild Hall.
I'm headed
Oh,
straight
the
to
guild hall. That's right. Yeah. You go in, and it's actually surprisingly empty today. The only one there is the morning shift lady.
Oi. I need somebody higher up than just the clerk today.
Well, we don't have anybody here resident that.
I know that you guys have ways to get around fast. This is of the utmost importance.
Well, you guys don't have the rank to use that transportation system.
Well, we did
then-
just witness the death of one of the gods, so I think you should probably go ahead and get that shit going.
She finds this risible. She's like, the death of the gods.
I'm going
Get-
to, like, place my hand, like, on her forehead while chanting to Uller to, like, try to pass my vision on to her
Mm-hmm.
and see if something happens. And it's a 15 on religion.
She actually does, like, her eyes glaze over for a brief moment. She's like, my God.
not anymore. He's
Now,
dead.
as you can see, this is very concerning. Go ahead,
But
but nothing.
let me send a message and get you clearance to go through. But this isn't normally guild business, as you might imagine.
You're right, it's not guild business, it's realm business.
Okay, I'll go send the message right away. And she goes, you guys are now alone in the guild hall.
Just sitting there at the counter.
It's not normal.
No,
A god dying? No. It's usually not normal.
they're not supposed to die. If my senpai dies, where do I get my magic from?
Maybe it was within you all along.
I mean, I don't know much about gods. I just learned about them like a few weeks ago.
True.
Yeah, that's fair. And I'm gonna give him a little, like, while we're sitting there waiting, just kind of a basic lesson on the gods.
Okay, yeah, you can do that. While you're going ahead and talking to him, there's a brief flash in the room. And it came in the direction of the mission board. And there's a sheet of golden paper there with glowing runes on it.
I like to walk up and pick it up.
Go look at
You
it.
do so. It's written in a language that's not familiar to you. Like most languages, but this one's more familiar.
I'm gonna like read it and be like, it starts with pterodactyl.
Squiggly line.
Next word I think is apple.
Interesting. I'm gonna take the piece of paper from him.
Well, I like that you're trying.
It's written.
Oh yeah, you're right. First word was pterodactyl.
It's written in a seer, so only you could read it. And it's a quest, surprisingly, or not so surprisingly, for somebody to travel the road to hell and bring Balder back from the realm of the dead.
I'm gonna explain this to them. And I think that was probably her invitation.
Perhaps that's the guest she was expecting.
Probably. We should probably get better clothes.
Wait, how did she know he was going to be there before before he even did?
Well, she is the god of death.
That is also questionable, though, that she would know that it was going to happen before it happened.
Maybe she can see the future.
Maybe. I don't know her exact full list of powers.
I don't
Maybe
know.
the god of
You're
death
an
is
expert
just
on
very wise, or maybe it was planned.
Maybe she was in on it.
Maybe.
Guess we'll
Not,
to go.
I suppose not really something for us to ask questions on, more of something to just go do.
Yeah, let's.
Okay.
No,
So we'll wait till the woman comes back. We do definitely need to inform guild leadership of some sort.
Maybe they'll promote us to platinum level.
I give a slight chuckle at the thought of going from steel to...
Which would be an absurd promotion.
I mean, we are saving a fucking god, so...
You guys are talking amongst yourselves when someone walks into the room from the direction the guild lady disappeared to. But this is not her. This is a woman with flowing red hair in the finest plate armor that you have ever seen. It is more luminous than any metal that you've ever seen. Her whole presence is overpowering. And she walks towards you and she's like, "Are you the ones who sent the message?"
Yes, I
Sure.
think.
Maybe. What message?
The message about the death of the god of light.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that was us.
Yeah.
Is that the god of light? Okay, yeah, that was us.
So what do you propose we do?
Well, and I show her the message I just got. This just zapped itself onto your quest board, and we've already accepted an invitation from Hell herself.
With pterodactyls and apples.
She takes the quest from you, and she's like, "I suppose I'll be seeing you there then." And she struts straight out of the guild hall with that paper.
She can't just take our quest.
Blindness, deafness. Oi, that's ours.
She doesn't stop to talk.
That's fine. She can have fun. She wasn't invited, so I don't know how well that'll go for her.
I have no idea either.
Specific.
Orion says out loud.
Well, we know we're invited at least, so let's go get our nice clothes and,
Oh, how nice do we have to go?
I don't know. Thinking shades of black seems to be Hell's MO.
Makes sense.
Yeah. You guys go over to the shop that now advertises itself as having plus-sized goods, since they made the leather strap get up for the BDSM gear for the giant sexy flesh golem.
Oh god.
And they now have stuff like that on display alongside their normal goods.
Yeah, the tall and husky section
Yeah.
that is made specifically for creatures.
Is it all BDSM gear?
Some of it is.
I'm gonna like point
some
that.
of
That's not so revealing. Or I mean, that's a lot of revealing in flesh. I like that one.
Get it then.
There's a gross one that, it would look attractive in any other color, but it's like flesh colored. And it just
That's not delightful.
no, it's exactly.
This one does not spark joy.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, you guys walk in and the seamstress greets you. She's a really short, like, older woman. She's like, "Oh, how can I help you?"
I'm gonna take off the fine clothes that we got. We'd like to trade these for something, well, I'd like a little darker. Maybe a fine black tunic, some fine boots.
It's been a while since the brave adventurers undressed themselves in front of me.
I had armor on underneath that.
I know.
I was
but-
like, hold on.
No, she's well aware of that, but I suppose I could help you. And
For the right price, I'll undress more.
for that, you'll get the finest clothes I have at no additional price.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
She sort of like takes you by the hand, and she leads you to the back, and she gets her money's worth, shall we say?
I'm just gonna peruse what she has on display here.
I saw him get naked, so I immediately get naked. Like
You
okay,
find
that's
out
what
that
we
he's skilled at more than making clothes, and we'll leave it at that.
The hands of a seamstress are fine.
They're very soft hands.
Supple.
Soft, yet skilled.
Alright, well, I'm gonna come back out and say, alright, I'll take this one.
Yeah, you guys each get a fine set of clothes, and now that they have big and husky clothes, they don't even need to special order you clothes. They have something that'll fit you.
I want a black bear suit.
A black bear suit.
I don't know, I like a tunic vesting, but it's made out of black bear fur. I mean, I'm already naked. I'm ready for my sizing.
You could take one of the tunics that's present, take it over to the tanner, and have him add some bear hide to it.
Give me whatever you have. It looks nice.
She picks you out something really nice.
All right, I'll put it on.
I'm not going to describe it because I'm not very adept at describing clothes, and I'm not about to get good in the next 5 seconds.
For what?
Yeah, I said I'd describe the clothes to him, but
What
I
kind
ain't
of
good
clothes
at
did you
it.
get?
Some fancy clothes.
Black clothes.
You receive a fine tunic, in which has very fancy scroll work in a golden blue coloration along the sleeves of it.
I'm not gonna like it. I'm gonna go out.
See, that's why I didn't bother describing
And
it.
it's very loose.
Yeah, I know, but it's not what I want. So I'm gonna go out to the forest look for a black bear. I'm gonna locate animals and locate a black bear.
Yeah, there's a black bear about 30 miles into the woods.
All right, I'm gonna go
No.
hunt it.
Yeah, he goes off to go find the black bear while you guys are taking out your nice clothes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let him go get that bear, apparently.
Yeah, he goes on his own. Orion picks himself a dashing suit with like a little tie, and then like a small cape, like an officer's cape. It's like, I rather like this.
The cape?
All of it.
Okay.
I got a long road. I can tan out that high pretty fast.
Although I usually prefer to wear my armor.
I don't think that's gonna be this kind of party.
Yeah, but it's the realm of the dead. I kind of want to wear my armor.
Yeah, it's hell though.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know how good the armor would be against the goddess of death herself.
She's never wanted to harm us before, so in fact she's helped us out.
All right, but I'm bringing my armor in my backpack.
Yeah, I'll do the same thing. I'm also... Does she carry bags at the clothing store? Or is that the leather place that would have those?
The leather place or the common goods store has bags.
Because I'd like to... Because canonically, I'm assuming at like level 1, we'd have basic-ass small backpacks.
Yeah,
And
you
I'd
got
like to get
normal
like
backpacks.
a large size... A backpack befitting of an orc.
Yeah, if you go over to the common goods store, they have some large backpacks made specifically for adventuring. It's got about 4 times the capacity of your standard backpack. And it's kind of like a rucksack in design. It's designed to sit very well on your shoulders.
Yeah.
Although you probably want to drop it when you're fighting people if it's full of stuff.
I'll purchase one of those.
It does have the medieval version of quick release straps, which are actually quite advanced for, this day and age, yeah. And you could drop it at need.
How much is it?
It's just like 15 gold.
Okay, yeah, I'll take that.
That's not overly expensive. Would you also like it? Oh no, you're going to find the bear.
Yep.
Oh yeah, you make it to the gate so far, but you still have a little bit of travel ahead of you.
That's fine. I'm still gonna go after the bear.
All right, yeah. So that's what we'll assume you're doing. He's traveling steadily towards the bear.
They just went with the clothes they had.
What are you doing, Carillion?
You know how long it's going to take for you to go 30 miles and then come back?
I thought you said 30 feet.
No.
Oh,
30 miles!
I already said you arrived at the gate. That's more than 30 feet.
Fine, I'll go to the tanner and see if he's got black bear hide.
He does have black bear hide.
I thought he
I'd
was
rather
close. Oh no, that's the next day, never mind.
Yeah, it's a whole new day. He has what you're looking for.
Okay, I'm just gonna take it and give him a wheat coin.
Do you not want me to attach that?
No, I'll
you?
take care of it.
Very well. Yeah, he just he takes the wheat coin and he smells it and he's like, I know what this is. And he closes up his shop. What?
oh, that's what I was doing. I'm not used to managing my gold on this yet.
Yeah, and then while they're doing their thing, I'll have Selleck kind of spin his web to connect it, like the paws to the shoulder going down, and have like the head as like a hood.
Yeah, he does so expertly. Using his natural spider skills of sewing, he takes the needle and thread that he keeps under his thorax and he actually sews it on skillfully.
His thorax? I thought that was a Thor's hammer.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Do you guys want to do anything in town? But we're pretty much
Yeah, I had some
wrapped
minor
up.
shit to wrap up. Like, I was
Yeah.
gonna go to the shop and see if my shield was ready yet.
Yeah, I just needed to pick up the displacer beast thing that I ordered, but
I'll
yeah.
go water my crops.
Okay, yeah, you go water your crops. You get over to the tanner's place and it's closed again, but you could hear the guy moving around in there, and you smell like a skunk-like smell coming from inside.
I want to knock on it anyway. He said he'd be ready. He said come back.
You hear some muttering and some shuffling as he goes to the door, and he opens it, and he doesn't look quite as angry as usual. He actually looks very relaxed. He's like, "Oh yes, I have your thing. Come in."
Okay.
Full town, all baked.
Yeah. He gives you your Displacer Beast armor. It's actually a leather bra. It's not, but that would be funny.
I want the rest of that hide then. It was a large one.
I mean, it would have the desired effects, and you could wear it under your clothes. That would actually be more handy than regular leather armor.
I mean,
Brilliant secret.
Start up.
You want that to be canonized? Because it's actually kind of funny.
Sure, it's
Yeah,
funny.
we'll call it Carillion Secret. It's
future
Displacer
campaign-
Beast titty armor.
Yeah, in a future campaign, it'll be like a legendary item to be found.
Yeah, she gradually
From the Great
improves
Adventure.
with various magic runes, and it does other stuff besides provide ample support.
So what does the displacer actually do though?
I'm
Is
gonna
the
have
plus
to
one?
look at the. It's +1 to stealth,
Yeah.
and you get the
The Displacer
effect.
Beast effect is basically you don't appear where you're actually standing. You appear a few feet apart from where you're really standing.
Okay.
So enemies have disadvantage
So
to hit
enemies
you.
are drunk. Makes enemies
Kinda,
automatically
yeah.
drunk.
Pretty much, yeah.
It has no effect on Orion since he's perpetually drunk. He'll just aim at one of the two mirror images, and it's usually the right one.
Is so was the shield ready or no?
The shield's not ready, but it will be ready before you guys depart on your quest.
Perfect. Well, then I guess I'll just head over to the tavern and start drinking and whoring.
Okay, yeah. You do that.
Oh, actually, no. Clergy. I forgot I did mention that earlier.
Gotcha. There's a pretty good shrine to Balder that's located here in town. You haven't really checked it out yet, but
I'm gonna head there,
it's pretty easy to identify.
say a quick RIP, and then speak to any of the clerics or paladins that are there.
As you walk in, you see that everyone present in this building is gathered around the wooden statue of Balder, weeping.
They may already know. I'm gonna look for like the high priest.
You find him. He's
Fuck.
he is. He's had one of the brownies in the tavern, and that's the only reason he's not crying. He's just on his knees sending up a prayer for Balder's soul.
Brother.
Ah, yes. Korgar, I
Yes.
believe is your name, right?
It is.
I'm sure you've already heard the news.
We were coming to break the news to you ourselves as we were there.
You were there?
Yes.
What happened, pray tell?
A spear made of mistletoe.
Mistletoe.
Yes.
Strange.
And I pull out the book that I've taken from them, and I show it. I'm like, yeah, this says it's like basically his like one weakness kind of thing.
It must not have sworn the oath like all other things upon this earth.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Quite strange. But either way, figured I'd be the first to inform you. I'm also taking a trip to hell soon, and I would like the finest vestments that you can accommodate me with.
Suicide is never the answer, Korgar.
No. I'm walking there.
Upon the road of the dead.
Yeah. I've got an invitation.
Perhaps bring some sturdy boots and a replacement of socks.
Fair. Gotta take care of your feet on a good hike.
I have nothing to offer you here except for my blessing.
Fair enough. I'll take that for what it is, and blessings be upon you.
The blessing will function for 1 minute as the protection from good and evil spell.
For 1 minute?
Yeah. 1 minute in combat.
Oh.
That's-
Oh, I thought you meant like this very second. Like,
no.
all right, guess
When
nothing's bad's
activated.
happening to me in a minute.
Should you remember it, which is, we'll see.
Yeah, I'll probably end up remembering it while like flipping through to look for something else.
You're like, yes, that would have been really handy at this one particular time.
Yeah. Well, then in that case, now I'll go to the bar and yeah.
You go there, and it appears most of the people in town are in there drinking. And Amethyst walks up to you, and she's like, "Well met, fellow adventurer." And you can see the porcelain rank shown proudly over her adventurer's gear.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Not so much very
So,
special anymore, but-
Any chance you could take me out, show me the ropes?
I suppose so. I do have some free time.
Excellent. Don't tell father, he's still actually quite irate with me.
Okay. Then I guess in our downtime between now and next session, I'll take her out, like hunting for lesser creatures that aren't going to get her immediately killed.
Fair enough. All right, and I think we'll go ahead and call it there.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody. Thanks a lot for showing up. It means a lot to us. Thanks for being active in the chat. That's awesome, and we look forward to seeing you guys next time. Any closing remarks from you guys?
Yeah. Hey, thanks for coming out. RP Thrice, it was good to see you. Same with the Danish Viking. Good to hear from you, bro. Glad to see you guys coming over and checking out the channel. By the way, we should go over and raid my boy's channel since he's up right now.
Yeah, let's do it.
But, yeah, you guys?
Brilliant.
Words are hard. Thanks for sticking with us this whole time. It means a lot. So
Now again with enthusiasm.
it's late.
Once again from the top.
He means that he's just not very enthusiastic. Don't blame him for it. TJ?
Yeah, thanks for watching. See you next Saturday, same time, 5 o'clock Central Time.
All right. Hell yeah, brother.
Stick with us for a second, and I'm getting the raid thingy going.
Oh, do we keep the stream up?
Mm-hmm.
All right, yeah, let's do the raid. I wish I had my kazoo.
And for RP Thrice, since you're still watching and got some questions, thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoyed the session. And yes, we play every single Saturday from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. Central.
Yep, same time, same place.
And then the following week, we also post up our videos on YouTube. So if you're behind or if you just want to catch up, there are 6 other episodes currently up on YouTube. So that's like a couple days worth of content if you watch each episode the whole way. So yeah, feel free to catch up on that stuff.
We should put up the one-shots on there, too, since those were, in-world.
I think I still have the recordings, yeah.
But all right, let me do the raid command thing, and we'll go pop into Rusty's channel.
Look what you've done.
I know, throwing bottles at you. I assume I get the rest
Hell
of
yeah, bro.
after hide, since it wasn't a whole lot.
Well, then we'll see you next Saturday, Rusty.
There's a matching pair of underwear.
RP right, sorry, we're raiding Rusty now. There we go. Oh, it says this channel is intended for mature audiences.
We're mature.
Not really, but okay.
Okay, well, I guess we're not going to raid because I don't know how to do it the right way.
It says right now.
Oh, yeah, hit
Click
that.
that shit.
Hey, we did it.
Q.
Now rating with a party of 3.
Yeah, there's only a few of us, but
Yeah, do we see the video?
yep. You'll
Do we have?
if you go to our channel.
Yeah.
or
Do we have to keep a stream?
I don't
time,
think we
or-
do.
Okay.
Another raid for people from Tales and Scales. Thank you so much, buddy. Hope you're doing good. Hope the D&D game went well. Sorry I missed it this week. I got home from second Thanksgiving and got right on the stream. I hope the session went really good. So, Trace, are you checking out the broadcast? How was it? Hope you had a good time.
Second breakfast. Their second Thanksgiving. It's almost as good as second breakfast.
It's
All right. Well, I guess.
second Thanksgiving.
Now, do I get another +1
Any character that's,
for that, or is it just the +1
No,
overall?
it's just it has the same effect in case you lose your broad displacer.
I don't plan on losing it, but all right.
All right, guys. Check you guys next week.
All right, see you later, TJ. Brother. Oh yeah, that